I call the meeting of the Board of Game to order at 8:32 a.m. All members are present. We're going to continue on with some public testimony this morning, and then we'll take a break, and after that break, we'll start in on deliberations. So we got a couple of second calls this morning. Joel Knutson, if Joel's here, he can give his testimony. And make sure you have the light on your microphone, and go ahead with your testimony. Yeah.
Do I need to mask up for this?
It's up to you.
Okay.
State your name for the record and go ahead with your testimony.
My name is Joel Knutson. I'm a falconer from Washington State. I'll be speaking on behalf of myself and the California Hawking Club this morning on these non-resident falconry proposals. So proposals 108 and 113 are fairly similar. 113 is the preferred proposal for the club. The total number of jurors would be the same as far as potential take. It would be 5 jurors a year. That's the total number that could be taken now under the current regulations. It would expand the season to allow IS take for nestlings. It also would allow for peregrine IS take and just general IS take of other raptors allowed in Alaska as well. The reason behind this is there's actually a lot of interest in goshawks and other raptors up here, but I've done a lot of the trapping up here personally. I've drawn several times, and frankly, when you're out in the field, a big female aggressive juror, as often as not, is going to be showing up and presenting an opportunity to trap. I spent 2 seasons trying to take another goshawk, and we just weren't able to take one. We had a lot of female juror activity instead. So if folks were allowed the option for IS goshawk take or for a longer season that allowed a greater chance of succeeding, that would be of great interest to them. So one of the things that's going on here is you've got a lot of local interest in exclusive genetics for breeding. So these proposals that are attempting to disallow trapping near an eyrie, for example, that's because birds that are taken at an eyrie have a small chance of breeding, even if they're not taken as an IS. When they offer Peel's falcons in units 1 to 4, and they say exclusively Peel's overlap with the Autumn falcons down there. And that is hard to tell the difference. The juvenile Peel's versus juvenile and Autumn when they're very young can be really hard to tell. Even the adults, because they're interbreeding, can be hard to tell. If they want to allow pure Peel's, what they should be doing is, having you trap out on the Aleutian chain where they're pure and not interbreeding with any other peregrines. Problem with that is those are the birds that, from a breeding standpoint, are valuable birds. I have a slide up here. It's cut off on the projector. The birds on the right there are 2 young, they're about 7 days old. There's a peregrine falcon on the right and a jur falcon on the left. Even at 7 days, those birds are showing marked color difference in the legs. So the peregrine rather, pink in the legs, they're going to turn yellow shortly there. The jur is going to turn darker and darker grayish blue for their first entire year. So identifying these birds at a young age is easy. Identifying them is also easy because when they're that age, the parents are at the eyrie, defending the eyrie. So looking at an adult jur and an adult Peel's, it's a non-issue. There's proposal 110 and 114 are basically the same thing. We oppose that. It's fixing a problem that doesn't exist, really. It reduces the season by 2 weeks, even though it states that it's an extension. The board already decided against this at the last meeting. it's unnecessarily increasing the risk to the falconer because you're pushing them to have to trap later in the season when weather tends to be an issue, especially when you're trapping in remote areas. The reason this is fixing a problem that doesn't exist is because out of 29 permits over 7 years, only 3 jurors have been taken or even attempted to be taken at the nest. Those 3 permit holders succeeded. None of those jurors were white. One was a male, 2 were females. There have only been 3 white birds taken total in 7 years, and they were all late trapped true passage birds. That's again out of 29 permits. One thing that people need to understand is when you're looking at, you look at a bird that sold for a bunch of money overseas, it's a white bird. That's a captive bred bird. It's a freak. It's been bred for 30 years to be this super white, very unique coloration bird. That bird is going to be an armchair piece for somebody who has money to buy it. Overall, the overseas market is for dark jurors. They have stronger feathers. They're a little bit faster. They perform better in the races. They perform better at long pursuit flights on Hubara. So this kind of idea that white jurors are the... Is that my time? Okay. Gotta just roll over into my personal comments. Okay. So this is an antiquated idea. It doesn't really hold up. You can go to the Wayback Machine online, look at raptorsnest.com for old advertisements and see white jurors selling every year for $2,000 or $3,000 domestically. The proposal 111, this is again fixing a problem that doesn't exist. I personally have drawn several times. I have some friends that have drawn a couple of times. It's because we apply every year. We put the money in every single year. And occasionally we get lucky. Last year, it was a 38% success rate for applicants. There were 13 applicants last year for 5 permits. 109, strongly oppose. If anybody's going to be chipping birds, everybody should be. Microchips are pointless. I voluntarily microchipped my goshawk when I brought her back up to hunt in Nome the next year when we were trapping. I took the microchip out as soon as I got home. It took about 30 seconds. I put it in as a redundant form of identification, so if the band had an issue, there would be no claim of anything funky going on. The state doesn't have any jurisdiction on these birds when they leave the state. There's nothing to prevent somebody from taking a chip out if they were going to try to pull some hanky-panky and have a shake fly a jet over to get these mythical, ultra expensive birds out of the country. There's also already a seamless band requirement for any bird that's exported. So when you look at the photo there, that band is a one-piece of metal. It's a ring that's put on a chick that's captive bred when it's very young. The bird grows into that band. It can never come off. So any bird that's exported, the feds meet the exporter at the airport. They examine the band number, verify it on their records, and then allow the shipment to proceed. Additionally, anybody that wants to do these exports, their site is registered. They've had their entire project scrutinized. When you look at basically what's going on here, there's some breeding projects being built, and there's a lot of Alaska locals that just don't want to get involved in a bunch of frustration and politics. So they just would rather keep their head down. I have a good friend up here that's like that. He just doesn't want to get involved. It's too much stress. There's some guys voting on the club line that, they don't really read into it. They just kind of say, oh, that sounds crappy. Yeah, I'll vote against that. There's also some folks that want to start breeding projects that want exclusive genetics, and that's what they're going for. When you look at trapping in an eyrie, for example, those birds have a small chance of breeding. It's also, there's this concern of unfairly or immorally impacting the parents. If you're trapping in an eyrie and the parents are alarmed, you're not going to catch anything. Those juvenile birds are watching the parents alarm call and chase foxes off. They're imprinting on everything that's dangerous around them and everything that's not dangerous. If you're a falconer down with bait on the ground trying to entice a fat young falcon down, the parents are alarm calling at you. You're never gonna get one. So the smart, ethical falconer will trap remotely and intelligently to reduce impact on the eyrie. think that brings me to the end of my notes, if you guys had any questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Joel, for coming all the way up here. I think you're our furthest away testifier up here this year. You said that you've drawn several permits. How many birds have you taken?
I've taken 3.
Nice.
Yeah.
And on that chart, I see a decline in applications. Is that due to COVID or just due to lack of interest?
No, I'm glad you asked that. It's one thing I missed in my notes out of several things. Actually, last year set records across the country for applications for outdoor activities and tags across the board. It's just a slow kind of oscillating decline in interest because the few people that were really interested in it first, you know, kind of moved on to other things or drew a permit and caught a bird or didn't catch a bird. It's a really expensive proposition up here. It's really hard to do. We've trapped a total of, I think it's about 164 days over 5 years because I've come up with friends that have drawn as well. And it has taken us a month and a half to catch a bird. We've brought birds. After I caught my first goshawk, I wanted another one. It took me, I didn't catch one. I took a female juror that was in really poor condition when we caught her, and she was on death's door, so we took her home. But there isn't as much of a hard interest in passage jurors as people seem to think there are.
One last question on those. What's the status of those 3 birds that you captured in Alaska? Are they under a falconry permit, a breeding program, or both?
They're under a falconry permit. The goshawk I lost at 2 years old. She injured herself and died. The jurors are still on my falconry permit.
So they're not in a propagation program?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks for traveling up here. Thanks for coming up and testifying. I know you mentioned that you said you microchipped your bird. And I was just curious to know, tell me a little bit about that process and tell me what the cost was to you to do that.
Yeah, thanks for asking. Another thing I missed. Actually, it's a really rough process. The needle they use is about the size of the insert on a Bic pen. It takes a few minutes. This doesn't take too long, but they have to stick that under the skin, and it takes a while to eject the chip. The problem with the microchip is it's not an active tracker, right? You have to have a chip reader to see the chip. So as far as anti-theft deterrent or anything like that, it's completely pointless. It was painful for the bird. It also, when you spend a bunch of money and a bunch of time to come trap a bird, those chips have inherent risk of infection, and also they can migrate around under the skin and cause problems. So somebody who has a $10,000 parrot that's worried about it being stolen, maybe it's worth it for them. For a falconry bird, I would never voluntarily do it, except that there's a risk of a plastic band coming off hunting in Alaska, and I wanted to be able to take my bird home with me. And that's the only reason I did it.
Thanks for that answer, Joel.
Any other questions? Yesterday, we had testimony from a local falconer about a concern of people visiting old nests over and over and causing disruption in the nesting pattern of these birds. And they were particularly concerned about the non-residents coming up and doing it on an annual basis. So I'm wondering what your response is to that.
Well, it's a simple one to fix. So if that's a concern, first of all, don't allow trapping at an eyrie that's within X number of miles of a road. There are some popular, well-known eyries amongst birders, you know, that are on the road grid. You also have to report where you take your bird. So disallow take from that eyrie or from that drainage, for that matter, for the next 2 or 3 years. There's a variety of ways that it could be handled seamlessly by the department to disallow that. I want to insert really quick another reason that non-residents have interest in trapping in an eyrie is because in the lower 48 we can trap a lot of female jurors. We don't get many males, and the males are very different for hawking. So at an eyrie, at least you know there's a male there. Or, you know you have a chance. If he's got a big sister that's going to take his food all the time, you still may not get him. But there have been 2 males taken total out of the state. I took one as a passage bird. The other was trapped at an eyrie. And I tried to trap a bird for a friend last year, a male, because he had COVID. He couldn't make it. Couldn't get one. We were here for almost a month.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony, and thanks for coming up.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Dave Loring.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is David Loring. I live here in Fairbanks. I've been a falconer for 45 years, started in high school. And I'm also the president of Alaska Falconers Association. So this will be my personal testimony, but since I'm on the board, I'll also talk a little bit about the proposals that the Falcon Association did put in. And first of all, I just want to show you this zip tie. This is what the band looks like that we put on our wrappers. And it's literally a zip tie with a number on it. So I'd like to talk a little bit about microchipping. And the current regulation requires all wrappers that are permanently exported from the state to be microchipped. This proposal requests only gerfalcons that are permanently exported from the state by non-residents be microchipped. Microchipped is done by a veterinarian at the same time that the bird is presented for a health certificate. There are several research papers dealing with microchipping wrappers. Birds as small as 100 grams, about 3.5 ounces, are routinely microchipped without any side effects. Microchips are placed in the heavy breast muscle, not under the skin, but in the heavy breast muscle to prevent migration using a syringe. With larger birds, sedation is not used for this procedure. Microchipping is the industry standard in the exotic bird industry. In many places, it's required. Due diligence will require Alaska to protect this gerfalcon resource. A wild-caught bird is always wild and can never be sold. The microchip identifies the bird as being wild regardless of the leg band status. Proposal 111, we defer our comments to the Department of Fish and Game when they talk about Proposal 114, since those proposals are identical. The one bird in every 4 year proposal, that proposal is a direct result of requests from non-resident falconers that have been unable to draw since the program was put in place. Whether it's one bird every 4 years, one gerfalcon every 4 years, one bird every 2 years, it's up to the board to decide that. But if nothing else, we should go to the standard that we have for all our big game hunts, where if we successfully draw a permit, say for any bull permit, you cannot apply for that for a year. Proposals 112 and 113 are both proposals that are requesting basically unlimited take of IS birds and unlimited seasons. In Proposal 113, of the 4 justifications put forward by the California Hawking Club for IS gerfalcon take, they're all clearly commercial utilization in nature and not for the practice of traditional falconry. They say access to an IS raptor is one that is not fully grown or very recently fully grown. The benefits of IS take are being able to raise and train a bird that is very tame and tractable. Alaska regulations do not allow an apprentice falconer to have an IS raptor because they tend to exhibit extreme temperament issues as an imprint. The second is gives a falconer who would like to breed the bird at some future point a much higher chance of success. Third, improves the future gene pool for a species by having taken birds that will have a more likely chance of successful captive reproduction, and enlarges the population genetically for breeding birds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The board's intent when authorizing a non-resident take was to provide raptors for traditional falconry use. At this point, I'll go ahead and end my presentation. I did send an RC in that showed the timeline of a bird that was taken from the wild on this, exactly what happens to that bird. There was some testimony yesterday from some of the falconers about the bird being stressed pretty highly. And yes, they are, but that happens from the time the bird's taken until the time the bird actually is put into the chambers or the facility at the falconer's place of residence, and the hood's taken off. That time, that's when the bird starts to be manned. So if you read that RC, it has a bunch of bullet points, exactly what happens from the time of take until the time of manning. And at this point, I'll go ahead and ask if there's any questions from the board.
Board questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dave. Coming all the way from the south side of Cushman, or Fairbanks. What's your experience, or even as with fellow hawkers, a ban coming off in the field?
Through the chair, Mr. Barrett, I've never had a band come off in the field, but I have had, on my gyrfalcon, who's 11 years old now, I've had to reband that bird 4 times. That bands have come off in the chambers or in the weathering area. And I go out there and there's no band, so I just have to go through the process of re-registering that bird again through the appropriate mechanism to put a new band number on it. And again, I showed this band. It's just basically a zip tie with a number on it. It's not a very stable band, so it could easily be removed, not only by the bird, but by anybody.
That was my second question. You always carry an extra band with you?
I don't carry one with me, but I have several in my file folder at home, my falconry file folder.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, David. It was really cool getting to see that falcon the other day. I asked the gentleman before you kind of the same question, but, whenever we go get our dogs vet checked or we go to, get a health certificate, there's a cost. If you wanted to get them chipped, is there an extra cost added onto that? And what vets do that?
Thank you for that. There's several vets around that do bird work, and those are the vets that, I'm not sure which vet, Mr. Knutson, because he has had several of his birds microchipped. But I know over Mount McKinley Animal Hospital here, they do chipping on birds. And the only last figure I saw was $85 for that chip. I know I go over to the pound and have my dog done for $15, but it's the exact same process. The dog's held down, the bird's held down, and the chip is actually embedded in the muscle because they're pretty thin skin and they tend to migrate if it's in the skin. So it's put in about a quarter to a half inch inside the heavy breast muscle, and that way it stays put. And Ms. Knudsen is right. The chip doesn't actively send information out, but it does provide information if it's tested by a chip tester, which all vets have and a lot of other folks have those also. And if the bird tends to be caught up in some type of a theft or a loss or even an investigation, if that's unfortunate enough to happen, then that bird would be available to a vet to have that chip read and find out who it belongs to if it's registered. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, I have a question for you. We're tasked with taking care of the resource here, and the information that we have tells us that there's really not a problem with the numbers of falcons that are being taken or raptors that are being taken by non-residents or residents. So the question is, why do we need to restrict non-residents differently than we restrict residents in this case? What's the basis for doing that?
And thank you for that question. That was similar to the one you asked me yesterday. We don't need to restrict non-residents generally, and this proposal 108 actually increases the allocation for non-resident take for those highly valuable IS goshawks and Peel's peregrines. And there is some minor mixing of Peel's and autumns in the Yakutat area, but as you go further southeast, those autumns are few and far between. So those are more Peel's peregrines down there, but those are highly sought after birds, and they're healthy populations, where the gyrfalcons are also highly sought after, but for a different reason. Folks are looking for the whiter or the different genetics for the more ultra white and color phases, and they're going into breeding projects and they're going into the commercial use of that bird. And even though there may be some commercial use in the Peel's peregrine, goshawks, there's generally not. So we're really concerned about our Alaska birds going into a commercial project, and most of them do, and most of the folks that apply are breeders. And in itself, that's nothing wrong with that because they have a falconry license also, so that makes them eligible. But we're really concerned about those folks going to certain eyries, and there's one or two drainages up on the northwest part of Alaska that do have white birds. And those eyries have been publicized on social media and in print on where those locations are at. So if we make an unlimited amount of opportunity to come up and take 2 birds by any non-resident, there's going to be those folks that are going to continue to go to those eyries year after year after year and then disrupt the nest fidelity, we believe. They're also going to come up and go to road accessible eyries that residents use. And I talked about those yesterday on the Denali Highway, on the Dalton Highway, and also the Nome Road system during the IS season, and there'll be a user conflict. So I don't want to really say that it's a bad thing, but I think if a non-resident wants to come up and have access like a resident has to this very valuable and unique resource in the gyrfalcons, that maybe they might want to come up and live here, and then they'll have access to it. Right now they have, with passage of 108, if you do that, they'll have access to 15 permits for birds of high value.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dave, for the testimony stuff. So couldn't the board accomplish basically the same thing by keeping track of where these birds are harvested and the department close those areas? If a bird, they deem what the area could support 1 bird a year, or if they take a bird a year, then can't take another bird out of that drainage or that area for another 2-3 years. Couldn't we accomplish the same thing with that?
Thank you, Mr. Keough, and through the chair. We talked about that extensively with the department, with law enforcement, and because vehicles are so mobile and we're just really concerned that birds may not come from the area that the falcon reports them. And we actually have had multiple violations by non-residents on the falcon regulations and none by resident falconers. No resident falconers have been convicted of a falconry violation. And the most recent non-resident conviction happened a couple years ago under the new non-resident permit system. A falconer took a gyrfalcon, tried to ship it out on Alaska Airlines in Yakutat. That bird was not banded. They did not go through the checkout procedure, and it was refused by Alaska Airlines, thank goodness. And that man was convicted of illegal possession of game. So it's still going on, and this is just one of many possible violations. We're just really concerned that that's not the answer. We just need to protect the gyrfalcon population. When Fish and Game talks about this issue, they'll get into some more of the scientific concerns they have with climate change and disease and things of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you. Just hearing the discussion made me think of this question. When it comes to residents or non-residents, going to an eyrie to take an IS, anecdotally, I've heard through the grapevine that, some of these eyries along the road system have become popular. And so the falconers themselves have been getting there earlier and earlier every year, so somebody else doesn't get to take an eyrie or an IS out of the nest before somebody else, especially if there's only 2 in there. You're allowed to take 1, and that doesn't leave anything for anybody else. And so, that competition and that going early, I don't think it's really good for the birds to take them in the first week or so of their life. Just my opinion. Thank you.
Was there a question there, or just your opinion?
Well, is that something you see, or, you've been along the road system in eyries and?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brett, through the chair. If I'm going after a gyrfalcon in a road accessible eyrie, I generally ask around and see if anybody else is planning on that, and then we'll coordinate that way. But you're right. If you get there earlier, you're gonna, you're not gonna get corked off. You'll get that bird. And we do have to leave the 1 bird in the eyrie, in the nest, by regulation. You can't take the last one out.
No additional questions from the board. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, board members, I appreciate that.
Okay, next on our list is Tisha Kennel. Tisha? You going to do your personal testimony or the Delta AC first? Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Tisha Kennel, and I'm here for the Delta Junction Advisory Committee. So the only proposal that we really wanted to present today was the reauthorization for antlerless moose hunting season in 2020D. We also, so basically, the committee did not agree with the area biologist on this, on his request for this reauthorization. And our basis for this was basically the last winter that we, this last few months of this winter. Delta Junction's been hit extremely hard, probably as hard or worse than Fairbanks at this point. I think our DLP is over 35 on moose as it is right now, which would be basically the same number as our reauthorization for the antlerless moose hunt. And we don't know what the devastation of this winter is going to bring. You know, we're already receiving more snow. It's only March. We don't know what this is going to continue on as. We also base this on reports from units that are connecting to us, which would be the Fairbanks unit. We listen to Tony Hollis. We also listen to Jeff Wells. Both of those units are erring on the side of caution due to this extreme winter and already having high DLP counts and high death rates among their calves. And so our committee, like I said, based on those things and what we're seeing in our area, we did err on the side of caution, and we did decline this request for reauthorization for this antlerless hunt.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the testimony there. So you guys voted opposed to the reauthorization. You weren't comfortable with the fact that the department wouldn't issue permits or close seasons to address the current winter conditions that are happening to the moose? You guys weren't comfortable with leaving that in their authority? You just want to take this antlerless hunt off the books?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Kennel, thank you for being here today. So I have to confess I'm confused. We have a reauthorization vote from the Delta Advisory Committee with the cancellation of the antlerless hunts this winter. But that's very different than not reauthorizing the hunt. So please.
Sorry, to clarify, we are canceling this year's hunt.
Right.
For reauthorization for 35 tags for that hunt.
For just this year?
Just this year,
Thank you, ma'am.
yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Sorry, there was some
Go ahead, Orville.
misunderstanding there.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. I was just curious, are you guys the only AC that is in that game management unit?
We are, that's correct, sir.
Okay. With that, go ahead, Al.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Tisha, for coming up here. I'm just curious, there was a proposal submitted by somebody for 22E to put the antlerless moose hunt into a drawing system. Did the AC discuss that at all? I was trying to find the proposal number.
They did. We actually went over Zoom with Jeff Wells on that, the area biologist there. And basically, they were hoping to do that, but it's pending, depending on what we're looking at with this winter. So
Oh, absolutely.
And that was part of our decision-making process through this, listening to him and listening to Tony Hollis on what they were seeing up here. So that's how we came to our decision on this. Yeah, it definitely wasn't taken lightly. There was just too much information on the other side of this that we just didn't agree with reauthorizing it for this year.
For the future, because sometimes that, that proposal won't come up in cycle, but the moose hunt will start. So I'm curious, were you in favor of that, or you're just looking at, the near future?
Our comments, I believe, on that were depending on what they were seeing in their surveys. We would support that depending on what they were seeing in their surveys.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Any additional questions? Not, you had personal testimony also?
I don't, that's going to
Okay.
go for us.
I had you down on our list for both, so
Okay. Well,
that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
And next, I think it's Brett Gibbons from McGrath that's going to be calling in, so Kyle should put him in the queue whenever he's ready.
Just one moment, we're connecting Brett. I'll let you know when he's in.
Yeah.
We have Brett now connected.
Okay, thank you. Brett, we're listening for your testimony, so go ahead. Brett Gibbons?
Good morning. My name is Gibbons, and I'm the chair, newly elected of the McGrath AC. Now, procedurally, I'll be a step behind everybody on who I'm addressing or anything, but I'll go through how the McGrath AC voted on these proposals, and then some specific discussion real quick on a couple during my little time slot here. Is that all right way to proceed?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Okay, just going through the specific proposals that the McGrath AC did vote on. It's also in the abbreviation from our minutes that Kyle submitted, but just going through real quick. 120 was unanimous support. 131, unanimous support. 152 was unanimous opposition. Proposal 163, with quite a bit of discussion and basically adamant unanimous opposition, is the proposal about counting wounded big game animals towards a hunter's bag limit for all units and require additional action in the field from hunters that attempt to take game. There was a lot of discussion, and just about everybody in the room either had experienced a loss of, specifically in our area, a moose at some point, or someone in a hunting party or a family had, and great lengths were gone to, for sometimes days to recover an animal that stopped bleeding and got away. And the strong feeling was, without encouraging irresponsible shots or poor ammunition use or lack of marksmanship training, without encouraging those things, stuff still happens in the field. And with the costs of food sources, especially in rural areas, but everywhere right now, meat specifically, basically the criminalization of an animal getting away wounded if someone were to continue to hunt, this AC was very opposed to, and of course still supports ethical hunting and follow up on wounded game and those things, but definitely we oppose that proposal. Proposal 171, dividing 19A into 2 subunits, we supported that unanimously. Proposal 230, changing the definition of a full curl ram to at least 7 years of age. That was unanimous opposition with some discussion of basically the fact that we're in this position of greatly reduced sheep population locally. We're looking at other options. Here we are talking about, maybe even nothing's off the table to try and save the Unit 19 sheep, 19C sheep. And then here we are looking at something that would liberalize and take another, potentially take another big bite out of the population that's already depleted. So unanimous and adamant opposition to Proposal 230. Proposal 239, unanimous opposition. Proposal 245, eliminate the salvage of rib meat on the bone for moose, caribou, and bison. This was unanimous opposition, and it's another one where there was quite a bit of discussion, and it was definitely hit home that all the members of our AAC opposed this and want to keep all the meat on the bone requirements for the big game that's required to do so in our region. Proposal 247, discontinuation of lethal taking of wolves, unanimous opposition. Proposal 254, reauthorization of a winter any moose season during February in a portion of Unit 19D. Unanimous support for that reauthorization of the antlerless moose hunt. Proposal 261, unanimous support, not a lot of discussion or heavy feelings. Proposal 267, limit or restrict all non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 19C. This bears more discussion. There was a lot of discussion by the AC. Our AC is made up of a good cross-section of folks who are local subsistence users, current guides, one previous pilot for a guide. Myself, I've flown extensively and worked in Unit 19C for the last 20 years. I personally have participated in general season sheep hunts, youth sheep hunts, and the winter sheep hunt in Unit 19C, and spend a lot of time around those sheep and in that area. And so I think that this AC takes to heart anything to do with those sheep, and I personally do as well. That background being said, this AC unanimously opposed this proposal as written and submitted a motion to amend Proposal 267 with further restriction to close sheep hunting to both resident and non-resident hunters for 2 years. And no matter what the chain of events was leading up to this, or how it looks on paper that the winter hunt was closed but non-resident hunting stayed open for a year afterwards, all those things aside, because the AC isn't worried about the political order that things shook out or how those decisions were made. What this AC wants to see is a healthy, thriving sheep population in Unit 19C again. We are resident hunters ourselves. We do want to be able to participate in sheep hunting and hopefully sheep harvest again sometime during our lives. We want our kids to have it too. And that being said, lots of sentiment and heartfelt talk by all the AC members, and we definitely like to see it closed down. If the sheep harvest is going to be as low as 30 animals, whether it's non-residents, residents, or a combination thereof, killing those 30 animals instead of the 90 or 100 or however many our average recent harvest, 75, had been before the 2 terrible winters and the crash. No matter who's killing those sheep, they're killed. They're not on the landscape. So we could argue full curl. You can kill every last full curl off the landscape and everything will be fine. There's all these different viewpoints as to why this could be left open. But the bottom line is having those extra 30 animals on the landscape over the next couple of years, whether they're diverting other predation a little bit, maybe a couple of those full curl rams get eaten by wolves instead of a pregnant ewe getting eaten by wolves on that given day, or something. We don't even know. Those are not quantifiable variables in the field. But I can only, we as the AC can only say that we've seen great success in like moose moratoriums, and those are bulls only harvests. And so if we do a moose hunting moratorium and then we see this great rebound and things are good, and all we were doing is not killing some bulls, in some cases a small number of bulls that wouldn't have been killed out of an area, and we see a population rebuild, the math on it doesn't pencil out. Those bulls aren't popping out more calves, and there was already enough bulls potentially to breed cows. So why those moratoriums work so well, I don't know. I'm not a biologist, but I can say that I'd like to see that given a chance in Unit 19C sheep, because they deserve the chance, and the AC wanted to see that. So that's all. I'll pontificate on that. The other, there's one more proposal that we want to comment on. We did not get a chance to vote on it because all the members haven't talked, but it's proposal 271, changing the definition of positioning. I would say that I generally believe that the AC is going to oppose that specifically because of how it could affect predators, specifically wolf harvest with the use of a snow machine, and what that restriction of that revised definition as submitted would be. So, like I said, we don't have a vote, but I think from other discussions with the AC members, it would likely be opposition to proposal 271. That's all I have from the McGrath AC.
Well, any questions from board members for Brett? Go ahead, Stosh.
Good morning, Brett. Thank you for your report. That's a lot of good information. Sounds like your group has really put a lot of effort into trying to help these sheep out. Did you guys discuss or talk about like proposal 135 through 137, which basically is repealing the restriction of aircraft for locating Dall sheep?
Boy, we did not at length. No, yeah, we definitely did not vote on that for some reason. This discussion that I've had with some other committee members, leans towards the regulation as it currently stands seems to be working. But with the understanding that it does make things more difficult for basically the second round of specifically resident hunters who may not have had the chance to scout since sheep had been moved around or whatever. So I understand that there's definitely a segment of the sheep hunting population that wants to see that regulation repealed. But like I said, we didn't vote. My understanding from talking to the members of the AC that participate in sheep hunting or that fly up there or that are up on that regulation and how it has changed the face of sheep hunting a little bit, are basically pleasantly surprised with the results of that regulation. And I haven't got a sense that our AC wants that changed, but there's no vote on it, like I said.
Okay, thank you, Brett. One last question from me, and you mentioned earlier in your testimony that you got 20 years of experience in 19C. As far as how does this sheep population rate over that span, in your opinion, as far as population?
So graphic, it's almost not even a comparison. I came into the area back into the area, lived here when I was little, but as far as when I came back into the area in late 2001 or 2002, right in there somewhere, the overall sheep numbers between then and now are so graphic you would not even imagine it's the same landscape. It's not a maybe. It's not a gosh. It looks like it declined a little bit, because we all have those things in an area we hunt moose or we frequent a lot, or even whatever, moose right around town, whatever people are used to seeing, people will be like, oh man, I think something happened here. It looks a little different. Maybe something's happening, and you have that feeling sometimes. And sometimes you're right, sometimes you're not. Sometimes they just moved a little bit. Well, these sheep didn't move a little bit. They're dead. They're gone. And whether we've still got a third of our overall population that we would have had 15, 18 years ago, or whether we have between a third and a half, I don't know that exact number, but it is extremely, extremely graphic. It's so graphic that if anyone knows me and knows how competitive I am and how much I love to hunt, I've dreamed my whole life of having the first week of sheep hunting season off from work. And that was an opportunity for me this year. I retired. I had it off. I own a Super Cub. I love to hunt sheep, and I live right here in Unit 19. And I chose not to go camping and hunting sheep because there are that few, and no extras need to get shot.
Thank you, Brett.
That's fact.
Any additional questions? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. This is Orville. I was wondering if you guys put any, an RC forward on your amendment for, proposal 267.
I believe we're still working on that. Bear with me just a second. Orville, could you repeat the question, please?
No, I agree with you on your assessment. At first, I was going to ask if anybody was out there recently, but I don't think there's any need. All around the state, the sheep populations are depressed. Anybody that knows animals knows when you shouldn't hunt them. So I was asking if you had language for your amendment for proposal 267 to close sheep hunting to both resident and non-residents in 19C for 2 years. And you passed it unanimously. I was just looking for the RC.
Okay, thank you, Orville. We have not. We just did it in the form of how we voted and the verbiage of that recommendation, and possibly part of that falls on, or all of that maybe falls on me. I don't know what the heck I'm doing just yet in this position, so maybe I need guidance, and maybe we should have hustled and written something up. But my understanding was we had missed all windows to get, something in the form of a specific newly worded proposal slipped in under the wire. I thought we had kind of missed all those until the next go around.
Yeah, Brett, I think the board could take it. It's just we take a lot of heat whenever we have to write language ourselves. The board gets a lot of angry people at us, but yeah, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, Orville, we have RC 35 has their minutes in it, and their partial minutes, and it's pretty straightforward proposal if we wanted to offer an amendment to the proposal at the meeting. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett, this is Al. First of all, thank you for all the service that you did in protection of wildlife conservation as your prior job, and congratulations with your new position. Did the AC discuss 129 at all, which was the expanding bullet issue?
I'm sorry, we did not. We did not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? Thank you for your very powerful testimony here on the sheep in particular. And good job with the AC, even though you're just practicing here and getting better at it for the next 20 years.
That's it. Thank you much.
Thank you. And again, I think this is our last public testimony for the day. We're going to take a break until 10 a.m. and then we'll start with our deliberations. Call meeting back to order at 10 a.m., 10:05 a.m. At this point, we're going to start out with proposals. We're going to start out with the definition proposals, beginning with Proposal 101, and if we could get the department's comments. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 101, change the definition for bows to include crossbows.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and folks in the audience behind us and those listening online. For the record, my name is Ryan Scott with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Division of Wildlife Conservation, and joining me is Natalie Weber. We'll be handling a lot of these over the next several days. However, I will say that I'm very happy and thankful that we have a variety of staff that are both going to be in person as well as remoting in to cover those areas of their expertise. And, you know, it's interesting, Natalie and I don't get up here very often, but it's kind of like coming back to an old friend. It's not too bad, and it's good to be here. So Natalie's going to start us off this morning, and we'll go through definitions, and then we'll be followed up with Travis Booms, who'll be taking care of our falconry proposals. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Natalie Weber. I'm with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Proposal 101 was a public proposal, and it asked to change the definition of a bow to include a crossbow. And the department is neutral on this proposal. A little bit of background for you. Allocations of restricted weapons hunts for take by bow and arrow have occurred due to the differences between hunting with a firearm and hunting with a bow and arrow. The bow hunting and archery community has felt that crossbows aren't archery equipment because of some of the following differences: how a crossbow shoots, the distance a crossbow can shoot, the mechanics of a crossbow, and the skills needed to shoot a crossbow. In short, they're different. Some more background for you. The board chose not to adopt a similar proposal in 2012, 2016, and 2018. And as written currently, the existing definition of a bow does not include crossbow, and crossbow doesn't fit in the definition. So it's also important to note that the board provides opportunities for an individual with disabilities to use a crossbow in archery-only areas through another regulation. This one allows for a methods and means exemption permit for people who are incapable of using archery equipment. And it's also good to keep in mind that technology has improved bow hunting and archery equipment to the point where it's easier to reach the minimum draw weights of 40 and 50 pounds as required to hunt big game in Alaska. So again, this proposal was submitted by a member of the public, and it asked to change the definition of a bow to include a crossbow. The department is neutral on this proposal, and if adopted, the department asks that the board evaluate each existing archery-only hunt to determine if crossbows will be an acceptable weapon to use in those hunts.
Thank you. Board comments, questions? Intent, go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Alaska Wildlife Protection has a comment on this. They're not online.
I think Derek's online. Derek, could you speak to your crossbow comments?
Yeah, Member Brett through the chair. We're neutral as well. Our concern would be that if the terms, let me back up here. The terms bow and crossbow are defined under separate definitions. And so just being careful if we combine those, causing confusion, just due to, as Natalie talked about, that bows are currently allowed in restricted weapon hunts, but often crossbows are not. If you do add it on there, it looks like we'd have to tidy up 5 AAC 92085, have to change that. So we're neutral, but we just want to make sure that if it's changed, we follow that trickle effect into other statutes or regulations. Thank you.
Any additional board comments, questions, intent? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My intent right now, unless somebody changes my mind, is I don't intend to support this. I just think there's too big of variance between the two methods. Just the way the release of the arrows, one is manual release, the other one's a trigger release. More like a rifle, the crossbow is. I think the range difference is significant with bow versus a crossbow. There's a bunch of other reasons, I guess, that I kind of oppose doing this, so that's where I'm standing right now.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question to the department. Have any other states combine the two, like this is requesting to do?
That's an excellent question through the chair, and I don't know the answer to it. I do know that many other states have not combined the two. I am unaware of any that have, but I could be incorrect in that.
Any other, Eddie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was with SCI Governmental Affairs Chair, there are several states that have crossbows used in archery season now.
Thank you. And as I understand it from talking to people, there's some states that allow crossbows for people under 16 or people over 65 specifically in their archery seasons.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Yeah. So, okay, my intent, I'm not going to support this. I think there's a significant difference between the way a crossbow works and the way a bow and arrow works. And I was doing some research, and crossbows that are available on the market right now have a maximum draw weight of up to 185 pounds, which can be used by someone, which is a bit more than a bow and arrow, than a regular archery equipment. A range, an effective range for hunting may be similar to a bow, but the projectile can go 500 yards with a crossbow. And I've shot these at outdoor shows, some of the new ones. It's just like shooting a rifle. It's, in my opinion, this is it's not an appropriate definition to consider a crossbow the same.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 101. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keel?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 102, establish a definition for primitive weapons to include crossbow, longbow, shotgun, and muzzleloader.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The department comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 102 was submitted by the public, and it would establish a definition of primitive weapons and define it as primitive weapons include crossbow, longbow, shotgun, and muzzleloader, and the department is neutral on the proposal. So the board has already defined bows, crossbows, and muzzleloaders, and currently there are no primitive weapons hunts. The board has adopted weapons-restricted hunts and lists the types of weapons allowed to be used during those hunts. So as written, the proposal creates a whole new class of hunts with entirely new weapons restrictions. So we do have a couple questions for you in terms of this proposal. Is it the board's intent, if they adopt it, to allow all 4 types of weapons to be used in each of the existing weapons-restricted hunts? And it also is important to consider if this would be appropriate to allow those types of weapons in the existing and then all future restricted weapons hunts. And the board should continue, just as a reminder, to evaluate weapons restrictions on a hunt-by-hunt basis. So again, this proposal asks to create a definition of primitive weapons to define those as crossbows, longbows, shotguns, and muzzleloaders, and thereby creating a whole new class of restricted weapons hunts. So the department is neutral on the proposal, provided it's not intended to allow the use of all 4 types of weapons in the already existing weapons-restricted hunts. And the department continues to encourage the board to evaluate those weapons restrictions on a hunt-by-hunt basis and does have concerns that defining primitive weapons will mean that future weapons-restricted hunts will be open to all types of primitive weapons, which may not be appropriate.
Thank you. Questions, intent from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My intention is not to support this. One of the key things that the public is always concerned about is complication of regulations, and this would just add to it. So I think the system and the definitions we have in place are acceptable right now, don't need to be changed.
James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I agree with Member Brett that I like the way the current regulations keep things very specific with the specific types of weapons. Supporting this or approving it would end up creating more ambiguity, creating a broader definition, for weapon systems, and I think that isn't in the best interest of the public.
Any additional comments? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure why spears are not on there, but I think I'll call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Christie, would you call the roll?
The board has heard no concerns from public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on proposal 102, Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
And Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 103, clarify whether hay and grain are considered as hunting gear.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Natalie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to point out that a copy of this presentation can be found in RC5 tab 2. That's accurate for this whole suite of definitions. Sorry for missing that earlier. So proposal 103 asks to clarify whether hay and grain are hunting gear and to define hunting gear. And the department is neutral on the definition, but supports defining terms in general at a statewide basis. So some background for you as to why we're discussing this here and now. In March of 2020, the board heard a proposal that addressed the Yannart controlled use area. And the Yannart was special due to the fact that it had no effective dates and regulations. So it was essentially in effect year-round. So that left hunters questioning when and if they could access the area with motorized vehicles to bring in certain types of equipment and those kinds of things. So at the time, the board was faced with two solutions. They could either define hunting gear, or they could set dates that the controlled use area was in effect. And so the board chose to do exactly that. They set dates that the Yannart controlled use area was in effect and thereby addressed the problem through that route. However, because hunting gear is found in all of our other controlled use areas and some other places in regulation, the board deferred the proposal to the statewide meeting so that you'd have a chance to discuss a definition for hunting gear at a statewide basis. A couple things to consider as you think about this proposal. And the first is that the issue that brought it here has already been addressed. And the second is that a definition may create a need to add additional items to it in the future. Chances are good if you attempt to list all kinds of hunting gear that you might miss one, and we'll be right back here trying to add it into the future. Also, it might make things legal that are currently not. And the reason that this is important is because it's not currently legal to use a helicopter to transport hunting gear. So if you create a definition of hunting gear and exclude certain items, then those will automatically be legal to transport by helicopter. So take some consideration as you weigh this proposal. So again, the proposal was submitted to clarify whether hay and grain are hunting gear and to define hunting gear on a statewide basis. And the department is neutral on it, but does support defining these terms at a statewide level. And again, the issue that led to the proposal being submitted for the March 2020 meeting was already resolved, and the board now has the opportunity to define hunting gear. Depending on how broadly hunting gear is defined, creating a definition has the potential to lead for additional regulatory action each time new equipment or gear needs to be added to the definition. In addition to all controlled use areas using the term hunting gear, hunters are also prohibited from using helicopters to transport hunting gear statewide. If the board adopts a definition that excludes certain items, those items will then be eligible to be transported statewide via helicopter. And this is an issue that we deal with regularly. So we do have the Alaska Wildlife Troopers both in the room and online, and they do have some comments for you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and if you'd like to go ahead, hear the troopers' comments.
Good morning, board. So a couple of quick comments here, and then I'm going to pass this off to Sergeant Valentine, who's in the room there, and he's kind of our local expert here on terms of the Yannart and some of these issues here. The proposal, there's a comment in here right at the beginning that says we would ask the board to clarify for the wildlife troopers whether hay or grain to feed horses falls under this category of hunting gear. I would expand that to say for the public, really, as well, so that there's not confusion in this. I think Ms. Weber accurately kind of portrayed the situation. I know, it's complicated. We get a lot of phone calls that ask about definitions and what's our, what the Department of Public Safety stance is. We've tried to work with Department of Law on some of this and historical knowledge, but it is important whenever we can to eliminate confusion with definitions here. So with that, I'll pass it over to Sergeant Valentine, who should be available there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Sergeant Valentine with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers here in Fairbanks, Alaska. I supervise the Cantwell area and the rest of the outposts around here. Not only in like the Wood River and the Yanner controlled use area, we deal with many, many questions with hunting gear. It's also another big deal with the Dalton Highway Controlled Use Management Area and transportation of hunting gear up there. Like Captain DeGraff said, we do support this definition of what hunting gear is, and also for using the helicopter, that would help that quite a bit. So the direction has been that there are many different items that can be used for hunting. You know, we have an example of somebody hauls in a freezer for a moose camp. We would tell them, hey, that's hunting gear, you know, you can't transport that in. Or we have, you know, the people who transport in gear to build a cabin with a helicopter. And so we come to those points of, well, is it a hunting purpose out of that cabin? There's very gray areas here that we would like you guys to help us out with to define this so that we could provide answers to the public much better than we are right now, and it would help with our enforcement issues. So another one is, can an air taxi fly in with a helicopter, with tools and build a strip to bring hunters into later? Well, is that helicopter then transporting in gear that is being used to provide for hunting opportunities? So, I mean, there's lots of different examples that come into play here, and so we're just asking for some direction in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Board questions for the wildlife troopers or the department? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and either Sergeant Valentine or Captain DeGraff. So I'm looking at the regulation in there. Does the wildlife protection have any suggested language to where we could allow hay and grain to be not considered hunting gear and exclude the use of a helicopter for transporting that? Because the regulation is pretty tight.
Member Brett, through the chair, we don't, because we're not really sure what the intent is there on what the board would like to see there. I think we're neutral on if we would have that or not. We just would like it clarified from the board so that we kind of know which direction to go.
Well, my direction is I think hay and grain is a humane thing to have out there if you're running any kind of horse operation, and keep those animals fed and healthy. And I don't consider them really part of hunting gear, as more of a nutritional thing, for animal husbandry.
Anything else? I was going to ask Natalie, perhaps, on a little history. Hunting gear, as used here, when was hunting gear put into the regulations, and do we have an idea what the discussion was at the time and what was meant by it? I know hunting gear is used in a couple of other sets of regulations with guiding and outfitters. For example, outfitters can't provide hunting gear to hunters. And again, that's been a definitional problem for another board. But do we have anybody who knows what we were talking about? Because the troopers clearly have a very broad, extremely broad, probably much more broad than the public would expect, definition of hunting gear. And I wonder if that was ever the intent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there may be others present at the table who can help me out with this question, but in researching this, we did find that there were restrictions or prohibitions against using helicopters in particular to transport hunting gear since before statehood. So that has, in my opinion, based on what I know of the regulations, been in effect basically all along. So it was their intent very clearly to not allow the use of helicopters to transport hunting gear. It was further modified in the 50s, I believe, and then again in the 60s and early 70s to clarify that in terms of basically life-threatening situations, that helicopters could be used to pull hunters and their equipment out of the field, but never to allow helicopters to put hunters or their gear into the field. If hopefully that helps, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. It was my understanding that if a helicopter was used to rescue, you weren't allowed to take any personal gear on that.
Through the chair, that was modified. That way there wasn't anything left out there, and that prevented some wanton waste cases as well. So if a hunter had harvested an animal and was stranded and required to be removed, that they could bring that equipment out with them.
Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's kind of my feeling that if we were to say that hay and grain are hunting gear, you might have a whole nother slew of problems. You'd have maybe an outfitter, a regular, hunter out there that has a string of horses. Maybe not all those are used for hunting. Whenever a trooper might approach and say, listen, this is, hay and grain, it's not supposed to fly down here. Well, these horses that I'm using for hunting did not eat that grain. These other horses did. I mean, it might add to a whole nother big problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, right now, I'm inclined not to support this proposal. I think when we're getting down into hay and grain, something that you could feed animals with, I mean, are we gonna get down into pocket knife? Illegal to carry a pocket knife in to facilitate hunting under hunting gear. I don't know. I just think we're getting down into the weeds a little bit with this, and I guess maybe broadening it out too much. Thank you.
Additional, go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I will note that this is all for controlled use areas. It's not across the state. It's just in those areas that are controlled use areas. And yeah, this one would be a hard one to defend. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a little bit of experience in this as growing up in a guiding family that used strictly horses to get in and out of the mountains with the clients from the highway. Part of the problem what I see with this is that some areas of the state, like Chugach State Park, you're not allowed to graze your horses once you get to campsite. You have to bring in all the feed for them. When I was young and we were guiding with horses, we didn't carry any hay into the field because they were allowed to. We could hobble the horses and let them run around their campsite feeding all night long. In the old days we didn't have any hay transportation going on because there wasn't any reason to do so. But now you have places like I said, Chugach State Park, where you're not allowed to use the native grasses that are growing there. You have to haul your own. You have to haul the horse feed in. So that I think that's, in my mind, part of the consideration here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's some room here to allow horse feed and grain, and I think the director made a great point that there are places where you can't even graze your animals out there, and you're required to bring in all your feed, and to to help those people that are running a string of horses or such. It says in the regulation that unless otherwise provided in this chapter, knowingly or with a reason to know, with the use of a helicopter in any manner, including transportation from and to the field. I think, that paragraph that we could put like a letter A underneath of it and specifically note hay and grain not to be transported by a helicopter.
Okay, do you have an amendment? Do we want to,
Well, let me ask Natalie, is that something that we could reasonably do, or is that really complicated?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, if you want to go there, we can get you there for sure. So just make sure your amendment is clear.
Okay. Put me on, where's those spotlights?
I'm wondering, Al, if you feel a need for an amendment and you're not clear on what to do, perhaps we could move this proposal down the agenda and take it and have an opportunity to work on that with Natalie prior to taking it up.
Thank you for that lifeline, Mr. Chairman. I will take that. I would make the motion that we table this to the end of the day, or time certain?
Time specific, so what would be a good time? Do you have, Natalie, do you have a comment on that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we can work on that over the lunch break and for sure, and have some stuff to you early this afternoon.
Thank you.
So how about tabling it till after lunch?
After lunch, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Any objection to tabling this till after lunch? If not, it'll be put on the agenda for immediately after lunch hour.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 230, change the definition for full curl horn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Natalie, are you on this one too?
Sure am, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Proposal 230 was submitted by a member of the public to modify the definition of full curl horn to include sheep at least 7 years of age. Here's the existing definition of full curl horn for you, and I'd like to draw your attention to C. Charlie at the very bottom. The sheep is at least 8 years of age as determined by horn growth. And so right now, sheep have to be 8 years of old to be full curl, and the proposal does ask to change that to 7 years old. Some background for you. Existing regulations are in place to prevent overharvest and to prevent a conservation concern. Full curl management is the equivalent of antler restrictions in moose hunts. It helps preserve sheep hunting opportunity while conserving sheep. Limiting harvest to older, full curl rams ensures that the population's productivity is not affected by harvest. Most rams do not reach 360 degrees until 8 years of age or older, and natural mortality for Dall sheep is accelerated after 8 years of age. If the age is lowered, harvest would likely extend down into lower age classes, which could negatively impact sheep populations. The current full curl management strategy focuses the harvest on the segment of the population that is near the end of their lifespan, which has a negligible impact on overall abundance. So again, the proposal was submitted by the public to change the definition of full curl to include sheep at least 7 years of age, down from 8. And the department is opposed to this proposal.
Thank you. Any comments? I'd like to ask Derek from Wildlife Protection if he has any comments on this from an enforcement standpoint.
Mr. Chairman, no, we don't. In terms of enforceability of this, we don't have any concerns. Ultimately, check my notes here. Double check here. Yeah, we don't have any concerns. Not sure how this would have an effect on sublegal take, really, trying to anticipate how that'll play out in the field, but no concerns on enforcement.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to oppose this proposal. Like, to state the obvious, statewide, we seem to be in a shortage of sheep as it is. I don't think it would be appropriate for the board at this time to lower the bar for what constitutes a legal ram. So for those reasons, I'll not support this.
Any other questions? I have a question for Ryan. How easy is it to tell the difference between 8 and 7 looking at the horns?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the good news is there's a whole bunch of people in this room that are really good at aging sheep. I'm not one of them. So I'll actually refer back to some of the comments we heard earlier, in addition to Member Kehoe's comments just a minute ago. We did hear testimony about an uptick in sublegal rams being taken. And a lot of that comes from trying to age a sheep on the ground and from X number of yards away. And we would anticipate that, if we see a percentage where it's set now at 8 years old, if we move it to 7, we're going to anticipate not only, I would go so far as to say an additional number of sublegal rams taken. And that really does start to eat away into our 5 and 6 year old rams. And we've heard a lot of testimony about declining populations. What do we do? How do we go about the next steps? And continuing to dig down into those age classes is not advisable.
Thank you. Orville, did you have a comment?
Oh, no, I agree with what he just answered my question. And I'm with Lynn. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me right now. I won't be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lynn?
I'll just make one more comment. I don't believe we had any AC support for this proposal.
I think you're correct on that. Al, go ahead.
I'm ready to call the question, Mr. Chair, if there's no other questions.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 230. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 231, change the definition of edible meat for cranes, geese, and swans.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 231 was submitted by the public, and it asked to change the definition of edible meat for cranes, geese, and swan, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Current regulations for you. It looks like we've got an error on the top corner of that slide, so apologies for that. A person taking game not listed in A of this section shall salvage for human consumption all edible meat as defined in 92-990. Edible meat means, in the case of small game birds, except for cranes, geese, and swan, the meat of the breast. In the case of cranes, geese, and swan, the meat of the breast, back, the meat of the femur and tibia fibula, and the meat of the wings, excluding the metacarpals. And again, salvage means to transport that edible meat to the place it will be consumed by humans for processing or processed for human consumption. The proposed change is what you'll see on this slide. And it asks to change the definition of what's required to be salvaged for cranes, geese, and swans to the meat of the breast, the meat of the legs, and the meat of the upper wings. And it's also important to note that the department does encourage the use of all meat that is edible beyond what's required to be salvaged. Salvage regulations have been applied to all game meat, including small game, on a statewide basis to establish minimum standards to ensure responsible use of game animals. In 2017, the board expanded the definition of edible meat for cranes, geese, and swans to include the meat of the back and wings to more closely align with the federal subsistence harvest regulations definition of edible meat that includes meat from the breast, back, thighs, legs, wings, gizzard, and heart. So again, this proposal asks to modify the existing definition of edible meat for cranes, geese, and swan by relaxing some of the salvage requirements. It was submitted by the public, and the department is neutral on the proposal.
Thank you. Questions from and comments from members of the board? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the department, I guess, Natalie, is there a way that we could, we've done this a couple other times, put those, what he's wanting to change and put them into a salvage requirement for personal use?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yes. I don't have that ready for you, but there is absolutely a way. The board does have the ability to require persons to salvage certain things for human consumption and other items for human use.
Al, did you have a proposed amendment here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that we use the language that the author has used for changing the definition of edible and configure that into a personal use regulation.
Second.
An amendment's been moved and seconded, and take it, you understood what the amendment. And any discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Natalie, how is this aligned with federal regulations? Is it pretty close?
Through the chair, Member Huntington, it actually was changed fairly recently to align with the federal regulations.
So in other words, the current regulation as adopted by the board previously aligns with the federal regulation, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And so a change we would no longer be in alignment.
That's correct. You wouldn't be far out of alignment.
No, that's understood because you'd have to utilize these parts. And go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can support that amendment. Basically heard from a lot of people from the different areas, both North and Western Alaska, that it's been a pretty traditional use to use wings of the larger birds, larger game birds, for various uses. So I think Al's amendment would cover all that. I guess it's pretty traditionally used, goose wings and things like that, swan wings for brooms out in fish camps and stuff. It's also been a very traditional use for attractors on trap lines. So I think by incorporating into personal use, we accomplish the goal of the proposer and meet the needs of the people in those local areas.
Al?
So my one comment to add to Mr. Keel's deal is that, you know what, there's a salvage requirement. So hopefully we won't see these parts in the landfills and in the dumpsters. But it also gives an opportunity for other uses besides, you know, just eating. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how much meat there is on the wing of a crane, but I'd probably put it in a stew pot myself, but any additional discussion on this? Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to this, several of the rural ACs were on board with this. We don't have our cheat sheet to confirm that, but on my notes, I'm sure everyone noticed what I noticed, that a lot of these rural areas are kind of saying as long as we use it, they're okay with it.
Okay.
I'll call the question.
On the amendment.
And before I call the vote, just want to make sure it's all clear on the amendment with staff and board members. Oh, Caroline.
Carolyn, would you like to speak?
I was just wondering if you could repeat the amendment.
Yes, the amendment would be to use the language that the author has in proposal 231, and in the definition, I guess, in the definitions, we would include that as also allowing for personal use.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to clarify that that would be for human use, which is the existing salvage requirements that we have,
Right.
not to mix personal and other. So human use and human consumption is what we're talking about here.
I stand corrected.
Human use and human consumption, so you're not supposed to feed this to your, yeah, you're not supposed to throw it away. Okay, go ahead on the amendment.
Thank you. On the amendment, Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, we're back with the amended proposal before us. Additional discussion and intent on the proposal. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this. I think it's a good use. There's other opportunities to use crane, geese, and swan parts, and I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Al. I guess it would be, I think it wouldn't be too much for the federal side to copy this regulation, make it consistent, I would guess. Yeah, I see somebody nodding.
Gasash?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to the record there, the AC where this original proposal came from in the first place agrees with this too, so I'm in agreement with it.
Okay, any additional comments, questions, or intent?
Call the question, Mr. Chair.
Question's been called on the amended proposal 231.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 231 as amended. Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
And Mr. Keel?
Yes.
Amendment, or the proposal carries as amended 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 104, modify the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife with several housekeeping changes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ryan gets to explain this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 104 is a public proposal. The proposal seeks to essentially provide some housekeeping updates to common names for species that are listed as deleterious exotic wildlife. The department's recommendation is neutral on this proposal. Since being added to the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife, some of the species have been renamed by the appropriate classification groups, which puts the regulations somewhat at odds with common practices or common language. The proponent did use a little bit older version of the codified. So one of the things that he was asked to do was to change Merididae rodent, and we don't necessarily want to do that. I would encourage you to leave that there. It covers a broad class of rats, mice, things like that, and actually will be pertinent to Proposal 105 in just a minute. Adding scientific names to the rest causes no concerns. It's pretty common for the department to use it. However, I would offer that the public probably doesn't care. And we're not sure if there really is a problem with this at this point. So we're not sure what the outcome of making these changes will be. If you look at the analysis and recommendations on page 8, I'll just give you a couple examples of what's included in this. Things like, we used to call them English sparrows. Now potentially we'll call them house sparrows. We used to call rabbits running around, other than snowshoes and Arctic hares. We used to call them Belgium hare, and now we'll call them European rabbits. As you can imagine, you've probably read in the news every now and then a group of biologists, I'm going to say, get together and they decide on new classification names and new how to move things around for a variety of reasons. Yeah, so I guess that's about it. This is a public proposal. It simply renames some of the things that are listed on, I believe, page 24 in your handy dandy. You could find it there, or I'm sorry, 142. You can see the species that are listed, and the department is neutral. However, we do ask that per the author of the proposal, Merididae rodent not be changed.
So that would require an amendment by the board to not include the Merididae rodent.
That is correct.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess first I'll offer an amendment to exclude Merididae rodent from this proposal.
Second.
Amendment's been offered and seconded. Any discussion on that? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you. I think the department was very clear on that, and it was as much as I don't understand that, but I do. To keep it in there, there's reasons for it, so I'm supporting it.
Any other discussion on the amendment? I think it's pretty understandable to everyone, so we want to call the roll on the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment to exclude Merididae rodent. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keel?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, now the amended proposal is back before us. Discussion on the proposal. Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I really do appreciate the effort that the author went to assign all the current terms and stuff like this, I kind of leaning toward it's unnecessary. At this time, I don't think I'm going to support the proposal.
Any additional discussion on the proposal? I'm kind of with Jake on this one. I still call them English sparrows. But that may be just because I'm old. Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. Some of this overregulation stuff is a bit much. I think we all understand what people are looking at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 104 as amended. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keel?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 105, add roof rat and house mouse to the list of deleterious, I'll get it right eventually, exotic wildlife.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The department, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a public proposal to add roof rat and house mouse to deleterious exotic wildlife. The department recommends take no action based on the action you took in 104. They are already covered under the Merididae rodent. That's why we asked you to potentially keep that in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Move to take no action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I move that we take no action on 105 due to the action we took on 104.
Second.
By unanimous consent, we'll take no action.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 106, provide the definition for feral.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Get a little more interesting here. Proposal 106 is a public proposal. This proposal seeks to create a definition or define the word feral. The department's recommendation is neutral. On the top there, you have a copy of the author's proposed definition. Feral means an ownerless or unconfined domestic animal, or the progeny of an ownerless or unconfined domestic animal that no longer depends solely on food provided by humans to survive.
Excuse me, but would you read that correctly? Because you said ownerless and or instead of ownerless and it makes a difference.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Feral means an ownerless and unconfined domestic animal or the progeny of a ownerless and unconfined domestic animal that no longer depends solely on food provided by humans to survive. As a comparison, I reached out to the Webster Dictionary, and there are a couple sections there of relating to or suggestive of a wild beast, feral teeth, feral instincts, or two, not domesticated or cultivated, and subsection B, having escaped from domestication and become wild. The department does receive numerous calls regarding domestic animals and interactions with wildlife. I'd say conflicts with wildlife, often related to domestic animals harassing or injuring wildlife, occasionally related to unconfined and unrestrained domestic rabbits. For an example, an explosion of feral rabbits in the Juneau area over the last few years. Deleterious exotic wildlife have no closed season and no bag limit. And feral domestic animals fall into the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife. So in essence, if this adoption or definition is adopted, feral domestic animals will now have an open hunting season without a bag limit. In addition, nuisance wildlife includes feral domestic animals, which can be taken under a permit issued by the department that also includes a nuisance wildlife control license. Again, Proposal 106 is a public proposal. Create a definition of feral, and the department's recommendation is neutral. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Ryan. What would be the benefit of having this defined as feral?
Through the chair, Member Huntington. I guess the benefit would be that feral domestic animals could be removed. You know, there'd be no closed season and no bag limit, so an individual could take them. I think there's additional downsides that the board should consider. And there are some other regulations, not fish and game regulations. I apologize, I meant to write this down, that allows individuals to take dogs that are harassing wildlife, actually. I think it's AS 12 something, but I'd have to look it up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional discussion, questions? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, so we use the proposer's definition. How would one know if it was ownerless? So I question whether or not we'd, I'll just throw this out there, meaning ownerless or unconfined, use the term or instead of and, would cover the individual looking to address a situation. I guess that's just a question from me.
Through the chair, Member Kehoe, I think in a lot of situations you wouldn't know, correct? I mean, if you have a domestic dog or a domestic cat that's out and about, what's the difference in being in a field or walking down a sidewalk in front of a house without any markings, right? So I don't know that you'd be able to determine that, frankly. I think that would put potentially, and I'm being a little bit hyperbolic about it, but it would potentially put a person who takes what they believe to be a feral animal in a pretty precarious position. You know, we might be able to find out after the fact. We heard a lot about pit tags or, radio chipping, and that's a common practice for domestics these days. But I don't think you could rely on that all the time.
Go ahead, Al.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a question for the department, maybe even the Department of Law. Under 5 AAC 92029, which we commonly call the clean list, number 1, it kind of gives a definition of what feral is in there. A game animal defined as deleterious, exotic wildlife, or non-indigenous Galatian bird is feral if the animal is not under direct control of an owner, including being confined in a cage or other physical structure or being restrained on a leash. The commissioner may capture, destroy, or dispose of any feral, deleterious, exotic wildlife or feral, non-indigenous, galatocious bird in an appropriate manner. I'm sure I butchered that real well.
Okay,
I
Ryan.
didn't want Stosh to feel bad.
Ryan, go ahead and you were going to respond to that, I could see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to actually call in a lifeline too with Department of Law, but through the chair, Member Barrett, I think it's important to recognize the sequence of these events. So currently, when we talk about feral animals or feral domestic animals, there's 3 species that the Department of Fish and Game we focus on. That would be elk, bison, I think muskox. And these are species that can be owned privately. But if they get out, which they have, we've actually heard some testimony here, there are some regulatory attempts to give us a method of relief. What can we do with that? And while feral domestic animals are included in deleterious exotic wildlife, this is a foray into defining domestic pets, right? I mean, this is, so it's, in our world, those three big species are what we're used to thinking about. But this time, we're talking about, you know, essentially cats and dogs, and getting into the, I think we have to use the word domestic, but we're really getting into the pet world here. And this is where I would ask Department of Law if there's any comments on anybody's authority to manage domestic pets, so to speak.
Through the chair, I'm not sure who I'm responding to on this one here, Member Barrett and as well as Ryan Scott. Yeah, it's correct that the board does not have the authority to regulate domestic animals. The clean list is in place because certain animals are not necessarily native to Alaska, and this is an attempt by the board to say that these animals are allowed as long as they're under control of the owner, but they're not to be released into the wild. At some point, then they could become feral. And yeah, I agree with what's been said about how difficult that could be to determine whether an animal is actually owned or not, or whether it's feral or not, or just got loose for a little bit. If it's a domestic animal, which again is not defined, the board doesn't have the authority to regulate that. But you can put animals on the clean list and manage them as game, because if they become feral, they are game. And to address Member Barrett's comment, that what you just read there is that if there's a feral animal that's becoming a problem, the department is authorized by regulation to take that animal. And I think I've addressed the question. If not, let me know.
Yes, it cleared it up for me, and it also, within that discussion, I just thought of, since I've been to many meetings and many conversations with domestic sheep owners and our wild sheep with Movi, you know, I'm tending to support this definition of feral. It may be helpful in the future.
Additional discussion, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess if we've already got a statute on the books that allows for the take of a domestic pet that's harassing wildlife, and it specifically mentions dog, why does a cat, a domestic cat, get a free ride then? If it's killing birds, killing rabbits, whatever, I guess why wouldn't we want to have that same deal in there? So anyways, I'm kind of with Member Barrett. I have a tendency to want to support this proposal.
Did you have any comment on that one? Any additional comments from board members? Questions? Stosh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I'll be supporting this one. I'm not really clear on what can transpire from this, and I'm just going to err on the side of caution for me.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with the vice chair here. You know, it's just somebody's dog's gonna get caught up in this sometime, and it's not gonna be happy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would offer too that given the three species I mentioned earlier, bison, elk, and some of those, we've had some real messes when we've even discussed going out and lethally removing them.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on your comment, one black lab harvested is enough for me.
But they make good fur coats, you know, so. Anyway, go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it would be hard for me to defend this proposal. I think if a proposal did come up about domestic sheep on its own, then I'd have no problem supporting it. But this one is just a little bit too much for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Member Huntington that I think the definition for right now is fine where it's at, but taking it a little further is not something that is going to be in the best interest of the public at this point. I think there's going to be a lot of confusion and probably some unintended consequences that'll happen if we do that.
Al, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just ask one more question to the department. Is there any advantage to having this definition and codified for the department? Because they'll probably get the phone calls and have to give an answer.
Through the chair, Member Brett, frankly, you have a series of additional proposals to deliberate coming up on this very topic that'll get down into some of the detailed situations. I don't believe so. I believe that, the lion's share of communities throughout Alaska have departments that handle domestic pet issues. At least my experience as an area biologist, we've worked closely with those when we have problems like that. As I mentioned, and Natalie corrected me, thank you, there is a statute in place that, a public safety statute, it's not a fish and game statute, to address dogs harassing wildlife, and I've seen that in action. And it's no good, it's a mess. And back to Member Kehoe's statement, the very next proposal is going to talk about cats specifically. So I don't believe we actually need it. It's already illegal. The clean list tells you can have X species without a permit in the state of Alaska, but it's also very clear you can't turn them out to the wild. So.
Thank you for clearing that up. Very good.
Any additional board member comments or questions? If not,
Call the question.
question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 106. Slide confused me. Mr. Barrett,
No.
Mr. Keough,
No.
Mr. Huntington,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 107, add confined and unrestrained domestic cats to the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, I think you should let Natalie do this one, but
She's got a bunch more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 107, again, is a public proposal. The proposal seeks to add domestic cats, Felis catus, to the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife. The department recommendation is neutral. There's lots of things to talk about with cats, everything from disease issues and vectors to other species, as well as to humans. We mentioned 5 AAC 92029, board regulations prohibiting the release of animals on the clean list to the wild, and adding cats to the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife would create a hunting season for cats, domestic cats. The proposal is very clear this time when we talk about that. So I guess at that point I would offer that this proposal really necks down to a concern where cats are known as they're an excellent predator. They do a good job following their own instincts. Small mammals, birds, I believe in the proposal, there's some numbers that, demonstrate the number of wild birds that a cat can eat. But it does come with many of the same domestic pet concerns that we've already discussed.
thank you, Ryan. You said that you had this would be a hunting season. Would it also be available for trappers?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so, but we'll confirm that. Deleterious exotic wildlife is found underneath 5 AAC 85, which is the hunting regulations.
Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As written, the board doesn't have the authority to adopt this proposal because it would regulate domestic cats. If you wanted to do something with feral cats, you can amend this because you do have authority over feral cats, but not domestic cats. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Board member discussion. Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I'm not sure how those cats taste or how good their skins are, but I don't think I'm going to be in favor of the proposal. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the sake of discussion, I guess I'll add an amendment to change the word from domestic to feral, just so we can actually be talking about something we can actually do something about. Thank you.
Second.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to the discussion on page 142 of the regulations you have in hand, feral ferrets and feral swine are currently listed, so there is a precedent for it.
Okay, so you'd like to amend, the amendment would change domestic to feral. Okay. And we have a second on that. Any discussion on the amendment?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll be in support of the amendment of adding feral cats to the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife. I think it seems to be an issue in more urban areas, so that might be one sticking point on how we get them, if you're not allowed to trap them with the firearm restrictions that we may have. But I'm still willing to support the amendment.
Additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think actually we have to amend it to discuss it, so thank you.
Yeah, so the amendment has been offered. Would you call the roll on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment to change domestic to feral, Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett? Yes. Mr. Keel?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, now the amended proposals before us. Discussion on the proposal. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, I'm in support of this. I would like to know, what the ramifications are, because larger urban areas have restrictions on trapping and shooting. So I don't know how we really would be able to control that population if there was a desire to.
And any comment from the department on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Barrett. Obviously, in lots of communities, you can't use a firearm. I'd have to look at the methods and means for deleterious exotic wildlife, as far as, what kind of gun you could use. And then Natalie looked up the trapping question, so we can address that. I think that it's a challenge, right? Just from my own experience, when I think of feral cats, frankly, I think of farm cats and, cats that I see away from urban areas, which it probably wouldn't be such an issue. But I agree that a large portion of the concern by the author really is in communities that you're not going to likely be able to trap or shoot them.
To follow up on Member Barrett's question, deleterious exotic wildlife is currently legal to be taken under hunting seasons with a hunting license. There is no open trapping season for it. However, trapping is not a prohibited method of taking deleterious exotic wildlife. So you can take them with a trap, but you can't use a snare, and you can't use a killer style trap with an inside jaw spread over 13 inches. So there are some ways to take deleterious exotic wildlife with a trap under an open hunting season. So no open seasons under trapping season, so no trapping license required, but there is a hunting license required and ways to trap them.
Go ahead, Jake.
I'm not really trying to be funny, but the mayor of Talkeeton is a cat. It's a free roaming cat that wanders all around town. And I really think that you're going to be putting troopers in harm's way I'm being serious. If you adopt this thing, there's some very passionate folks, so I don't think I'm going to support it.
I'm pretty sure that within the city limits of Talkeetna, you're not allowed to use a firearm, so you'd be limited to trapping methods for that cat. But you did make a good point. But realistically, if this were to pass, it would not be effective in any community where there's trapping or firearms restrictions. And so it would be an available means in rural areas for those people who are finding feral cat colonies in their rural areas. Go ahead, Lynn.
Just, a little deal. So years ago, where my folks live in Anchorage, my dad had an issue with feral cats. For some reason, they chose his backyard to live in. And they couldn't get rid of him, couldn't do anything with, but he did get a cage trap from animal control, trapped him, they came out, picked him up and euthanized him from there. And I asked the question when he was picking some up, what are you gonna do with these? They were very wild. He said, they're going right to the chamber. That's it. So, cage traps in city limits are authorized, I guess, to handle free roaming pets, so passing this would still give people an option, although it sounds like it's already an option for them to do it anyways right now, so.
Additional discussion on the proposal. And I'd really, I'd ask the wildlife troopers if they have any concerns about opening season on feral domestic cats. Captain DeGraff. Can't hear you. You might be on mute.
Sorry, let me move that back down here. I'm kind of chuckling along with everybody here, but yeah, we follow the will of the board here. We don't have any concerns.
Thank you. So, people might be chuckling. This is a serious issue for a number of people in a number of places. And I'm not sure what the board should do, but I don't think anyone should take this lightly. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm guessing maybe a question for the department. If the board were to pass this proposal with the term feral, does it just provide some sort of opportunity to somebody somewhere? I mean, is there any downside to doing this?
Through the chair, Member Kehoe, I don't think there's necessarily a downside, but we would run into all the same things that we mentioned in a previous proposal. How do we actually know? And in addition to that, we don't want to, I would speculate the troopers don't want to find themselves in that position. We don't want to find ourselves in that position either. And so it'd be very difficult, and I'm thankful that we do have a lot of communities that, as you pointed out, do offer live traps to be able to take them. And then, there's various dispositions that will result in that. So would it hurt anything? No. But really the unknown consequences is my primary concern.
Go ahead, Staj.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this. What, from the items noted, unknown consequences and, cat, not knowing whether the cat is, what its status is, and we can't shoot in town, where in villages or towns or cities where the problem is. So with those factors, I won't be supporting this.
Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I won't be supporting it either. I just think that this opens the door to future proposals to be coming in, to be adding animals to this list. I think there are other ways of taking care of these issues, and I think there are people probably doing those anyway, so I won't be supporting this.
Any additional comments? I support the intent of the author, but again, like everyone else, I think this is better handled through local animal control and other things. And where there isn't local animal control, I think it still creates the real potential for conflicts between people, which might be worse than what the cats cause. So,
Call the question.
question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 107 as amended. Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No?
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 271, establish a definition for position as it applies to using a snow machine to take game.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 271 is a board-generated proposal to create a definition for positioning. And the department does support defining terms and is neutral on the actual definition. Some background for you. In 2018, the board addressed a similar issue and created a regulation that says in Unit 17, a snow machine may be used to assist in the taking of a caribou, and caribou may be shot from a stationary snow machine. Assist in the taking of a caribou means a snow machine may be used to approach within 300 yards of a caribou at speeds under 15 miles per hour in a manner that does not involve repeated approaches or that causes a caribou to run. A snow machine may not be used to contact an animal or to pursue a fleeing caribou. In 2018, the board discussed positioning for all of 5A AC 92080 and did not approve it. In 2022, just recently, the board deferred Proposal 23 from the Central and Southwest Region meeting, which asked to allow the use of a snow machine to position a wolf or wolverine for harvest and to define position. So again, Proposal 271 is a board-generated proposal to create a definition for positioning. The department supports defining the terms and is neutral on the definition. However, the need for the definition of positioning is primarily an enforcement issue, and the wildlife troopers do have some comments for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain DeGraff, do you have comments for us at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In our discussion there, the Wasilla meeting, this is where that issue would first come up, at least for me, in dealing with this. But as with anything, as we've talked about earlier with hunting gear, we just prefer definitions when we're using these terms. From what I heard on board testimony there was a lot of pushback from what was presented. And I think that just goes to speak toward what was the original intent for the regulation that was put forward there. So I guess coming back to it, whatever the board wants to do in defining that, that's just what we would prefer. But from the comments I gathered and what was put forward, I don't think it lined up maybe necessarily with what the intent was there. So we're certainly open for suggestions there, but that's kind of where we stand right now.
Thank you, Captain DeGraff. Board discussion. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to start this off, maybe it might help, but from the testimony we've been hearing and from, we've been dealing with this for a while, as far as it's wolf and wolverine are concerned, what if we just took out the word positioning and just used you can't strike the animal with the machine? Does that, just for discussion purposes?
Additional board comment? I think the way it's written, it would take more than that to do it. But go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking for it, I can't find it right now. I thought we had some recommended language from Stony River Hole Litna AC.
Yeah, perhaps we could take a 5-minute at ease so you can look for that language.
I actually, Member Huntington just handed it to me.
Okay.
The biggest thing on this, on the positioning deal, it's RC 17.
RC 17 for members.
So the way it's in regulation now, the 300 feet, 15 miles an hour, I mean, anybody that's ever done it understands that that's not going to work, not when it comes to wolves. So I find it interesting when it comes to a snow machine that we want to put restrictions like that on, but when it comes to an airplane, there's no regulations or any restrictions on how far they run them, how many passes they make or anything else. So
Okay, to be clear on that, there's no restrictions when you're doing predator control, but there's restrictions for hunting. And this is a hunting regulation, not a predator control regulation.
Okay.
So, yeah. Yes,
Okay,
you
so-
could go ahead and move it.
So I'll make amendment that we substitute the language RC 17 onto the record for definition of positioning.
A second.
The amendment's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. It's the definition in RC 17 from Stony Hill Litna, right?
we're going to see if we can put that up on the screen for those who don't have 271. Kyle, I don't know if you'd be able to help us with that. It's RC 17.
Yep, I'll be pulling that up in just a moment.
So further discussion on this amendment from the board. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to clarify what I was going to say earlier, the main reason I was trying to remove the word position was because it applies to other animals in the regs right now. So that was my main intent. So reading this looks pretty good to me as far as I'm concerned, and as written, I think I can support it.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I would ask the board what their thoughts would be to kind of shorten this a little bit. That a snow machine may be used to approach, pursue, harvest wolf or wolverine.
Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Lynn, to me, I can go with that. I would only add multiple approaches or something to that effect.
Go ahead, Orville.
I would ask for a clean document. This one has two identical sentences starting, and we need to clean it up a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the language for the amendment is the paragraph at the bottom of the page. So I think that's what we'd be concerned with, and I think that's clear. And Member Keogh's proposal was to just use the first sentence of that, and we could get that reduced into if we wanted to take a break, we could probably get that reduced into a very clear RCA very quickly. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I would ask the Department of Law, with Member Hoffman's addition, is it necessary or just the snow machine may be used to approach, pursue, harvest wolf or wolverine? Does that limit the number? Would that statement limit the number of approaches?
Through the chair, Member Keough, no, it would not, but as long as I have the microphone. Member Hoffman, you had also mentioned coming in contact with the animal with the snow machine. I didn't know if you wanted that to be a part of this. That was recommended by the Nushagak AC and some others, so I'm just throwing that out there for the board to consider.
Yes, absolutely. I strongly agree with that no contact with the animal except for after it's perished.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe to keep things in procedure, maybe we take a 15 or 20-minute break and work on some language. And I would also add to the couple people that may work on the amendment language is to look at AC 17, the Koyukuk AC had a pretty simple definition also, and might be to their advantage to use that in their amendment, their cleaned up amendment.
At that, we will take a 15-minute break, but that means 15 minutes really, not 15 minutes plus 15 minutes. Thank you. Call the meeting back to order at 11:49 a.m. And go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to remove the amendment I made earlier to include the whole Stony Holitna RC 17 and replace it with RC 038.
Second.
Second concurs.
Moved in second, discussion on the amendment. Go ahead, Sash.
As far as formality, second concurs with removing the original proposal.
Yeah,
I said second concurs, so.
yeah.
Okay, so, God, get my glasses. So the new language would read, "A snow machine may be used to approach and pursue wolves and wolverine, but may not come in contact with a live animal."
Okay, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like this new language. From the Department of Public Safety's standpoint, could this ever be construed as harassment of game?
Derek, are you there? Not hearing from Derek, Sergeant. We can't hear you when you're back there. You need a microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me look at the definition of harassment real quick, and I can tell you. The definition of harassment has a repeatedly term in it, so if you're only coming up once, I don't think that this would fall under that.
Go ahead, Department of Law.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if the intent is to make this an exception to that definition, we can further play with this. If you let us know what your intent is, that this is to be an exception, it's not to be included within the definition of harassment, we can take care of that if that's what you let us know. We don't need to get into the exact wordage right now, as long as we understand your intent.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So Cheryl, my question would be, if your intent is to take the animal, would that still fall under harassment? If the intent was to, I mean, I can understand harassment if your intent wasn't to take it and you made repeated approaches, but if your intent is to take the animal, does that still fall under that?
Through the chair, Member Keough, yes, whether you're intending to take the animal or not, if you are harassing it as defined, then that's prohibited. So basically, we've been interpreting these exceptions here for positioning, use of a snow machine to position an animal as an exception to that, so that it's not something that's prohibited.
Okay, so with that understanding, Al, any additional comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, with that discussion there, it is my intent, and I'm sure other board members can sound off on that, is that this is not intended to be used as harassment, but used as an aid of taking wolves with a snow machine.
Okay, so given that, on the amendment, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the amendment being RC 38, and also the intent with what Member
Right.
Barrett said, that it not be considered harassment. Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keough.
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
So the proposal is now before us as amended. Any discussion on that? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to build on the record a little bit, I think this is what wolf hunters were looking for, something clean and simple. The few wolf hunters that I know that are really good at what they do, this fits their practice, and I don't think there'll be very many citations issued, which is always a concern. Thank you.
Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I agree with Al. The intent is good, and I also feel the same way about Wolverines mentioned in the RC.
Any additional discussion on this? Go ahead, Al.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 271 as amended. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keel?
Yes.
And Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
I think at this time, it's real close to noon. We'll go to lunch till 1:30, and at that time, we have a tabled proposal that we'll be taking up first, and then we'll go on to the falconing proposal. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just have a question here. At the region meeting down in Wasilla, we tabled proposal 100 for a definition of submerged. And unless I'm missing it, I don't see it on this worksheet.
Okay, let's talk to staff about that when we get done here, but thank you. Okay, at that, we'll go to lunch till 1:30. Annie, are we recording? Good. Okay, so this morning we deferred we tabled the proposal till after the lunch break, and we have a motion to bring that off the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So further discussing at lunchtime and looking at what options we had, at this time, I would just like to withdraw my amendment if the second concurs.
Excuse me, but we need to bring that off the table
I'm
first.
sorry.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 103, clarify whether hay and grain are considered as hunting gear.
Second.
The motion should be to remove 103 from the table. Yeah, if you would.
Mr. Chair, I move to take 103 from the table, clarify whether the hay and grain are considered as hunting gear.
Second.
Unanimous consent, that's back off the table. Go ahead, Al.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. Yeah, I after this lunch break, and we worked on that and worked on some language and some of the ramifications, I chose to, or I'm choosing to withdraw my amendment if the second concurs.
Okay, that amendment was never, it was conceptual. It was never reduced to writing, so go ahead. Were you the second? Who was the second? I think the motion, I don't think we ever got the amendment before us. We simply tabled it so you could do the amendment. So at this point, the original proposal is before us. And discussion on the original proposal. Al, do you have anything?
Yeah, so, after reconsidering this proposal during the lunch hour, and what we had done at a prior board of game meeting or what was done at a prior board game meeting, I don't feel that it's time to clarify if hay or grain is hunting gear, and we should leave it as is, and it fulfills the need in what was wanted in the Yannert control use area and some other control use areas, so it shouldn't confuse the public this way.
Okay, any other discussion on Proposal 103? If not, I think we could be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you like to pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 103. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Keel?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Okay, at that, we're to the Falconer proposals. And before we go there, I'd like to ask Member Barrett to talk to us a little bit, because it turns out his wife is has been a member of the Falconer board, and so if y'all could.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me this opportunity to clarify my disclosure statements. My wife is a licensed Alaska Falconer, and she has belonged to the Alaska Falconers Association group. The reason why I don't feel that I need to be disqualified for acting on any of these is they deal mainly with non-resident take. There's one proposal in there dealing with microchipping for export of birds. My wife doesn't intend to export any birds from Alaska, and so that would conclude it. They're all non-resident issues, and my wife doesn't compete with non-residents, and she doesn't look for more birds at the current time.
Is your wife currently on the board?
Oh, no, my wife is not.
No, she's not, okay.
They're just a member.
She's just a member of and a licensed falconer. With that, you're free to work on all these proposals. Okay, so go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 108, increase opportunity for non-resident take for certain IS raptors for falconry.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Department comments when you're ready.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Travis Booms. I'm a research wildlife biologist for the division here in Fairbanks, and I'll be talking about the falconry proposals today. So Proposal 108 seeks to increase the opportunity for non-resident take for certain IS raptors for falconry. And the department is neutral on this public proposal. The current non-resident opportunity is a drawing for 5 tags annually for passage raptors of any legal falconry species. And I know that passage means it's a raptor in the first year of life that can sustain flight. This is classically defined as a bird on migration away from a nest site. The effect of Proposal 108 would be to create, in addition to the current opportunity, a drawing for non-resident falconers for 5 IS goshawks statewide, 5 IS peregrine falcons in southeast Alaska in game management units 1 through 4, with the season of May 1 to July 20. St. Lazare Island would remain closed to falconry take. And I note that an IS raptor is a nestling raptor, or a chick in a nest. The department sees no biological concern for this proposal based on the species and the take level proposed. We would recommend a check-in, check-out process similar to what is currently required for non-residents. And I just note that live animal checkouts are highly time sensitive for staff, and they sometimes require substantial last-second coordination because it is a live animal, and it's important to expedite that process to get the animal to wherever it's going. I anticipate that Juneau and Anchorage staff would be most affected if this proposal were to be adopted, and note that most staff have very little, if any, experience with raptors in their day-to-day work. Again, the department is neutral on this public proposal 108.
Thank you. And would we need to amend the proposal in any way to have the check-in, check-out process, or is that inherent to the department's work?
Mr. Chair, I do not know that.
Okay. But while you're looking that up, we can go ahead with board discussion on the proposal. Any board questions? Discussion? So if I could ask you, how many IS chicks are taken by residents each year, or do you have an idea?
Very few, and you're talking about, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, are you talking about any particular species or
Oh, these
all?
these two species.
These two, very few, typically only a handful at most per year.
Okay.
It varies each year.
So does the department have to do anything with residents on their IS?
Mr. Chair, no.
Okay.
As far as a checkout, check-in procedure.
Okay, Al.
I guess a question to the department, I think, since it's a permit, I believe the department has discretionary permit authority where they could require to check in, check out, and the information they need. And I don't think it would take any board action on adding something like that.
Yeah, Mr. Brett, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, additional board discussion. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can support this proposal. The department says there's no biological concern, provides a little bit more opportunity for non-residents to harvest a bird, and we had a fair amount of support from public testimony, so I'll be supporting.
Any additional comments? James, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we got plenty of public testimony that was in support of this. I also, appreciate that this was submitted and supported by the Alaska Falconers Association, and having their thoughtfulness going into it was good.
Any additional board questions or comments? Al?
I'll just add to it. I appreciated the public person that came up all the way from Washington he raised some good points, you know, but I'll note that his slide that there was, less interest in coming to Alaska to capture some of these or take some of these biased birds, so I'll just make that a note on record.
Okay, I think we're ready for the
Call the
question.
question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 108. Mr. Huntington.
Yes.
Mr. Keel.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
And Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 109, modify the microchip requirements for live raptors exported from Alaska by non-residents.
Do we have a second?
Second, sorry.
Okay, the proposal 109's been moved and seconded. Department's response.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Proposal 109 seeks to modify the microchip requirements for live raptors exported from Alaska by non-residents. The department is neutral on this public proposal. Current regulations require all permanently exported falconry birds to be microchipped. This was initiated in 2017 during the board game procedure on a proposal that was originally written for non-residents only. During deliberations, the board amended that proposal to cover all falconry raptors, including those that are captive raised birds that already have a sealed metal band, birds that are exported by residents and non-resident falconers, and all species. I will note that the permanent export of falconry birds is prohibited for resident falconers except when they are moving outside of Alaska for wild source birds. The effect of Proposal 109 would be to remove the microchip requirement for all species except wild source gyrfalcons exported by non-residents. This would be because gyrfalcons are highly valuable, and requiring the microchip provides additional ability to track the species after it leaves because of the small plastic band can be easily removed if desired. The benefit of requiring microchips on anything but wild source gyrfalcons taken by non-residents is unclear. Proposal 109 would also require non-resident falconers to register the microchip in an internationally recognized registry and provide the department proof of that within 90 days. Again, this would be to help enable tracking of individual birds across borders, even if the small plastic leg band was removed. That is Proposal 109. The department is neutral on this public proposal.
Thank you. Questions, comments from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment more than anything. I've been very impressed with all the falconers that participated here in the last couple of days, all their comments, both written and spoken. And yeah, just really appreciate them.
Okay. Other members, I have a question for the department. What is the state's interest in microchipping birds that are no longer going to be in the state of Alaska?
Mr. Chair, it would be to help coordinate with other states as those birds are moved to other states. And then if there was ever any illegal activity, it would create an ability to track birds. Whether it's legal or illegal activity, it would be a way to help track birds if the band was to be removed or replicated. That's the only interest that the state would have.
Yeah. Comments or questions, board members? Intent from board members? Yes, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess we had the gentleman that testified this morning said that he had his bird microchipped to bring it up to Alaska, just so there would be no confusion on where that bird came from. But yet when he got home, he removed it. He said it was a very quick process. I mean, so requiring it to be microchipped to leave the state, what prevents the individual from removing it as soon as they get home, or if they have ill will to do something illegal with the bird, remove the chip and now it's not trackable? I mean, how do we keep control of that?
Yes, Mr. Kehoe, through the chair. I believe there's different techniques that can be used to implant the chip. My understanding is that if you do it through a veterinary facility, they usually implant it deep into the muscle so that it can't migrate around. therefore preventing it or making it much more difficult to extract that chip. If it was just inserted under the skin, it would be much easier to remove it. However, that would also probably have some other side effects where that chip could migrate and move under the skin.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis, I'd imagine Anchorage would probably be the main port of export for non-residents leaving Alaska. And so, you know, within Alaska, there's very few veterinarians that are familiar and able to handle raptors, especially baby raptors or eyises. Do you feel that, you know, we're putting any of these eyises in danger or a lack of qualified people to fulfill a commitment like this?
Member Brett, through the chair, my understanding is that no, it's a procedure that is done commonly on lots of animals. So as far as the actual danger to an animal, I think the danger is quite low. I'm not familiar with how many vets offer this service in Anchorage, but I do note that all non-resident falconers have been able to successfully schedule that in a short amount of time. So far, I have not seen any issues along those lines, but I don't know specifically how many vets offer this service.
Thank you.
Additional, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the state's clarification on that, I have no problem supporting this proposal, especially since if the microchip can't just be easily removed, I think it allows for additional tracking of the birds and keep track of where they're going and stuff. Thank you.
So to be clear, currently all birds have to be microchipped, and this would then reduce that only so gyrfalcons have to be microchipped, correct?
Mr. Chair, that's basically correct. Yes, all permanently exported birds have to be microchipped under the current regulations. This would change that to make it only gyrfalcons exported by non-residents would be required, is my understanding of this proposal.
And as I understood the testimony, residents can't export these birds anyway?
Mr. Chair, residents cannot permanently export any wild source raptor unless they are moving outside the state of Alaska and have had that bird for at least a year. Residents are able to export captive raised birds, and this would change the requirement for exporting a captive raised bird. It would not require them to microchip the captive raised bird, which they are required to right now.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. A falconer that wants to go outside to hunt with his bird, do any states require a microchipping of that bird from Alaska residents entering their state?
Member Fletcher, through the chair, not to my knowledge.
Any additional comments or questions?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Jake?
The comments given to the board indicate that there may be an increased cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 109. Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Proposal carries by vote of 5 yeas to 2 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 110, extend the non-resident season for acquiring passage raptors.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you go ahead with your testimony?
Of course, Mr. Chair. Proposal 110 seeks to extend the non-resident season for acquiring passage raptors. The department supports this public proposal. The current season for non-resident take is August 15th to October 31st. The effective Proposal 110 would be create a season of September 15th to November 15th, or rather change the season dates to September 15th to November 15th. Gyrfalcons disperse from natal areas between August 15th and September 12th. This is important to note and based on satellite telemetry data. Therefore, the current season allows for take at or near nests of recently fledged young for gyrfalcons. And I note that younger birds are more desirable for non-resident breeders, and hence there's an incentive to capture birds as close as possible to the nest. The current season, therefore, is inconsistent with the overall intent of a passage season, which means capturing a bird on migration away from a nest. It also incentivizes the sharing of sensitive nest locations, and I note that some non-resident falconers have already shared locations via social media, and these sites become quickly widely known when shared. This is a conservation concern for gyrfalcons because they are highly desired and valuable for both legal and illegal take. This is because gyrfalcons occur in Alaska in a small population, and the primary interest is in the rarest of the different color variants, or the white birds, which make up about 10% of the population. I note that gyrfalcons do not build their own nests. They nest on cliffs, and these cliff sites are limited across the state. And because of that, these same sites are used repeatedly over centuries for birds in reproducing. Nest site locations such as gyrfalcon nests are considered confidential by Alaska state statute. And that is because of concerns for disturbance and for the species' potential increase in the interest and ability to take them for illegal purposes. The proposed season dates still allow for opportunity for all legal falconry raptor species in the state. I note that the peak of fall migration for most species in interior Alaska occurs in mid-September and mid to late September in south central and southeast Alaska. Overall, non-residents have shown very little interest in these smaller, earlier migrants, likely because they're available in states in the lower 48 for falconers to take there. Overall, the proposal provides similar passage opportunity while reducing conservation concerns of sharing nest site locations. Again, the department supports this public proposal 110.
Questions, comments from board members? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I think I agree with the department's assessment. I'll probably be supporting it. It seems to me that it helps rather than hurts. As long as we protect those gyrfalcons, you call them? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of look at this more as like a housekeeping, because the original intent of the proposal was to allow the take of passive birds, yet through further research, they realized those birds were still either at the nest or going back and forth to the nest. So by delaying the season, it accomplished the original intent of the proposal. So I'll be in support of this.
Additional comments, Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would agree with Member Keel that this is to protect the iris more than anything, and still provide opportunity to actually get a real passage bird and not a fledgling.
Okay. I am question, do we have an idea if there's any significant problem with illegal take in Alaska, or now or historically?
Mr. Chair, that is difficult for me to assess because oftentimes we may not know what is occurring. Currently, I do not have any knowledge to suggest that it's a widespread issue, but I think it's important to acknowledge that that may not mean a whole lot. Historically, I'm not aware of many records of illegal take in any large numbers. Of course, the regulations used to be quite different. Overall, I would say that no, I don't have any knowledge that there's a substantial illegal take right now in Alaska, noting that there is substantial illegal take on this species in other parts of the world that have caused substantial declines in those populations.
Okay, thank you, and we want to avoid that here. Okay, so any additional comments or questions? Al?
I'll call the question.
Question's been called, Jake.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christy, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 110. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
And Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Proposal 110 carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 111, limit non-resident take of raptors to one bird every 4 years and limit unsuccessful permittees from applying the following year.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. the department.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 111 seeks to limit non-resident take of raptors to one bird every 4 years and limit unsuccessful permittees from applying the following year. The department is neutral on this public proposal. Current regulations allow non-resident falconers to enter drawings regardless of the previous year's results. The effect of Proposal 111 would be to prohibit successful applicants from applying again for 4 years if they successfully capture a bird, or 1 year if they draw a tag but are unsuccessful in capturing a bird. The intent of this proposal is to spread out the opportunity to more falconers, similar to what occurs with many big game drawings. Again, the department is neutral on this public proposal 111.
Thank you. And how many people, do you know if all of the drawing permits are subscribed on a normal year? Do we have multiple people for each permit?
Mr. Chair, we have on average about 20 to 25 non-residents applying for 5 permits.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? Al?
So, just so I understand, we just raised the limit for ISs from, 5 Jeers, 5 and 5, Peels, Peregrine, and Peregrine. So are they allowed to draw multiples of those, or do they only can they put their name in the hat for each one of those 5 and only get selected for one?
Member Brett, through the chair, that is my understanding. The way that the proposal is written is that you would have an opportunity at one of those categories, basically.
Can you apply for all 3 or just one category?
Mr. Brett, through the chair, that I am not sure of. I guess that would be up to the board to determine that. It was not obviously clear in the proposal as written.
Natalie or Ryan have any clarification on that?
To the chair, currently, when a non-resident applies for one of these permits, their name goes into the hat once. They apply for a permit and they have the opportunity to be awarded a permit to take a bird. So if the board wants to make any changes to that, now is the time.
So if we did that, when there's different types of birds and with limited numbers, how do we do it if a person puts in for one bird, several people put in for one bird, they get drawn, they want the same kind of bird, and you only have a limited number of birds? How do we do that? Or do we need to separate the drawing?
So falconry, non-resident falconry permits are not my area of expertise. However, drawing permits are. So if the board wants to go down the route of designating permits and allowing non-residents to put in for specific permits, we can absolutely do that.
I'm not sure if we want to do that or not, but when we have different types of permits, obviously, a passage bird or an IS bird, if you wanted a passage bird and all the passage birds were taken when you got drawn, that could be a problem. So we might want to consider that. But any questions, comments from other board members? Go ahead. Now, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, upon a closer look at Proposal 108, which was passed, it states that applicants can only apply for one type of permit and must specify whether they are applying for a passage permit, an IS Goshawk permit, or an IS Peels Peregrine permit at the time of application. So it would be specific to each type.
Okay, I just want to make that clear on the record when we go to this type of a thing where you're limiting how many times they can apply and et cetera. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, so I'm really been thinking this one over. Currently, with the low participation or low people applying for the permit, and falconers themselves are also limited to how many birds they can have on hand, depending on to what type license they possess. I don't know if this is 100% necessary, but there are some lucky people in the world that, you know, have drawn several permits and others have drawn none. We've nothing new to Alaskans on permits. So I'll listen in on some more on this.
What do you think, Stosh?
Okay, well, to me, I agree with what Member Brett said, but I also believe that our residents should have some advantage for living here. You know, that the Deer Falcons, really, there's not that many, really. 300 to 500 breeding pair. I mean, that's not a lot, really. I just think, I think I'm inclined to support it myself.
James, any?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm inclined to support it as well. My concern would be leaving it the way it is. You've got a limited number of non-residents that could be very good at coming up and taking falcons and continuing to, even though you could only have 3, I might encourage them to pass on one of their 3 in order to keep coming back up and continuing to take. And so for that reason, I'd be encouraged to support this.
Okay, Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess if that's, board's leaning towards supporting this, I guess the only other thing we'd have to come up with is, do you support the 4-year or the 1 year? That you couldn't come back to, couldn't obtain another permit for 4 years or couldn't obtain one for another year? Oh, okay, okay, never mind. Okay, that's right, okay. 4 if you get a bird, 1 if you don't.
Right, if you don't get one, you have to not apply the next year. Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with other members. As far as supporting this proposal, I was just wondering, has there ever been a time when a person has been successful year after year?
Mr. Huntington, through the chair, yes.
Okay, so go ahead, Jake.
You know, I wonder if it's going to kind of give a little bit of an unfair advantage to someone that's maybe really good at catching birds. You know, I know there's a skill set. Another person that might be terrible might grab more of these permits. You know, I don't know, that might be a concern of mine, you know, and come on repeatedly being unsuccessful and take an opportunity away from somebody that is maybe better at capturing these birds.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what that is, but I intend to support this. I think of it kind of like with our brown bear on, you know, coastal brown bears. It's a very highly sought after, very valuable opportunity, and it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for most people. So making them wait 4 years after they get one, I don't see it's a big problem. So any other discussion on this?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 111. Mr. Keough?
No. Or, yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yes, for Mr. Keough. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Yeah, the proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 112, increase non-resident opportunity for acquiring raptors.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, Department?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 112 seeks to increase non-resident opportunity for acquiring raptors. The department is opposed to this public proposal. Current non-resident opportunity outside of what had been passed previously today by the board allows for drawing of 5 tags annually for passage raptors of any legal falconry species. And again, passage is a raptor in its first year of life that can sustain flight, typically captured on migration away from a nest. The effect of Proposal 112 would be to create a minimum allocation of 25 non-resident take permits annually for any legal falconry species, no closed season, no quota, and there would be 2 birds allowed to be taken per permit for a total of a minimum of 50 falconry birds permitted. The effect of Proposal 112 would be to exceed sustained yield limits for multiple species, and we would likely need to close a resident season for gyrfalcons, snowy owls, and hawk owls. We would likely need to impose quotas on resident falconers for other species, and sensitive nest site locations would likely become widely known. Proposal 112, the department is opposed to this public proposal.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments from board members? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I'd have to, I had trouble supporting this proposal because was all our guided, our non-resident type activity is done under the conservation, and this flies right in the face of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, so this proposal would increase the number of potential birds from being taken up to 50, and we had just passed the proposal we just recently passed. It was just up to 15. Is that correct? For non-residents only. Excuse me.
Mr. Cooney, through the chair, yes, that is correct. It would increase it up to a quota of 50 birds for non-residents.
Okay, thank you.
Jake.
I don't think I'm going to support this, kind of for some reasons that Member Huntington already stated.
Any additional, I can't support this one. It's, we're going beyond harvestable surplus in some cases, and that's never okay. We're not following sustained yield if we do that, and then we'd have to have an emergency closure by the department, and then everybody would be unhappy. And so, no, we're not doing it. Thanks, I'm not doing it anyway. Go ahead.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 112. Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 113, modify the regulations for non-resident take of raptors for falconry, including increased numbers of residence permits and expansion of the season to year-round.
Second.
Go ahead and here's the department's response on this.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Proposal 113 seeks to modify the regulations for non-resident take of raptors for falconry, including increased number of non-resident permits and expansion of the season to year-round. The department is opposed to this public proposal. Current non-resident opportunity, not including what has been passed by the board here today, provides drawing for 5 takes annually of passage raptors of any legal falconry species. Again, define what a passage raptor is. The effect of Proposal 113 would be to create 15 non-resident take permits for ice or passage, gyrfalcons, peregrine falcons, or any legal species, 5 of each of these. It would also eliminate the non-resident season dates. The effects of Proposal 113 would be that we would likely approach or potentially exceed sustained yield limits for gyrfalcons. The current average resident take for gyrfalcons in Alaska is 3 birds per year. The current non-resident take prior to the pandemic, when we were providing 5 non-resident permits, was 3 gyrfalcons per year. Potential new take, and there's an error on the slide, is 8 birds per year. It is not 13. That came from an interpretation of the 5 additional any other species category. It doesn't specifically exclude gyrfalcons, but when it says any other raptor, by default, I'm assuming that it means to exclude those gyrfalcons. So the potential new take would be likely 8 gyrfalcons per year. That's based on the average. I note that residents take anywhere from 0 to 8 gyrfalcons per year in the state, and that does not include birds taken for captive propagation, which can include some years has been as many 4 additional birds taken for captive propagation. And again, that's specific to gyrfalcons. It would almost most definitely exceed sustained yield limit for the white gyrfalcons, which are those that are most interested they get the most interest, that make up only 10% of the population. And that's based on calculations following Millsap and Allen, the best scientific information on estimating sustained yield in raptors. Proposal 113 would also likely create a need to create a quota system for gyrfalcons taken by resident falconers, given that we would likely come close to sustained yield limits. We would likely need to create a quota system for white gyrfalcons for all falconers. I know that that would be problematic because the color of the gyrfalcon cannot easily be determined when taking young chicks. Proposal 113 would not exceed sustained yield limits for peregrines. I note that the federal quota in Alaska is for 41 birds. This proposal also would create an opportunity to take gyrfalcon ices by quote-unquote mistake. I note that gyrfalcons look very similar, and I do note that prior testimony this morning suggested that it's easy to determine the difference between the two of those. I respectfully disagree with that. For those people that are very knowledgeable and breed them and look at them regularly, that may be the case, but I would encourage you to try to identify which two photos of the falcons here represent a gyrfalcon and what are the designating characteristics that identify that as such. And also note that members of the department who would be checking these birds out do not have much experience with these birds. I also note that this mistake has happened previously by falconers taking birds in Alaska, and that there is a large financial incentive for captive breeders to take gyrfalcon chicks, especially young chicks. Proposal 113 would also likely incentivize the sharing of sensitive gyrfalcon nest locations. Again, this is a conservation concern because gyrfalcons are highly desired and valuable for both legal and illegal take. As I've said before, they're a small population. The white birds have the most interest, and they're a very small part of the population. They don't build nests. They nest on cliffs, and those sites are limited. They're used repeatedly over centuries because of that, and hence, once nest site locations become widely known, you can't put that cat back in the bag. For those reasons, nest locations are considered confidential by state statute out of concerns for disturbance and potential illegal take. Again, the department opposes Proposal 113, which is a public proposal.
So we all need to know what's the right answer.
Mr. Chair, what is the right answer to what?
To which is the gyrfalcon? On the slide number 31.
No, the gyrfalcons were on the right.
Yes, okay. Al got it right, I would have got it right. I'm hoping all the other board members would have got it right. Okay. So, questions and comments from the board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is the first time I heard that you manage the white gyrs on a sustained, separate sustained yield basis.
Member Brett, through the chair, no, currently there's no quota system for residents in Alaska. Based on the information historically, I've not had any concerns for sustained yield for white birds. They're typically a very small portion of the birds that are taken. I also note that most residents in Alaska don't have as much of a desire to get a specific color variant. So currently there is no quota for gyrfalcons for residents. And ICEs are not allowed to be taken by non-residents currently. Does that answer your question?
Not quite. It was on slide 29, well, page 29, slide 15. It said that exceeding sustained yield for limit for white gyrfalcons, 10% of the population. So I never kind of seen a figure like that before on a specific color on gyrs.
Yeah, Member Brett, through the chair. Based on Millsap and Allen, they recommend the sustained yield is 1% of annual production. So based on the numbers that we estimate of the total gyrfalcon population and the percentage that is white, we estimate that that is about one bird per year. Granted, there's variation year to year, what production is like that year, but that is what would be estimated sustained yield following that citation.
Just one follow-up question. What is your confidence level on our estimated population of gyrfalcons in general, just not the whites?
Member Brett, through the chair, that is a very good question. Confidence is relatively low. We estimate between 400 and 700 nests per year, noting that there can be a lot of variation by year, and also noting that most of the state is not surveyed for the species. So that is based on 2 scientific papers that found similar levels. So I'm estimating 550 nests as a midpoint to that range of estimates. So I would say our confidence is reasonable, but not high that it's 550.
Thank you.
Okay, so what you said was that you don't currently have a quota for white gyrfalcons, but you would have to if this was adopted. And you might have to close with an emergency order in order to maintain the population or set quotas for residents, if I could understand.
Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct. Based on the scientific literature suggesting what would be sustainable yield and based on what we've taken previously with residents, that is what I would suggest we would need to do to make sure that we don't grossly exceed sustained yield, especially for white birds, noting that a lot of the interest for the non-resident falconers is in the white birds, which is different than the typical interest by residents.
Thank you. Additional comments, questions from board members? And Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just offer that if we did issue an EO, I bet it would be received very oddly. Most people would never, I don't recall in my 20-plus years of working with falconry issues, having ever seen an EO for falconry-related stuff. So it'd be a lot of head scratching.
I bet there would be. Any additional comments, questions? We're probably ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 113. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
And Mr. Cooney?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 114, change the non-resident season for acquiring a passage raptor.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is identical to Proposal 110. Would you like me to go through this presentation or just default to what you've already decided upon, Proposal 110?
Doesn't extend the season by 15 days.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 114 due to the action taken on 110.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by unanimous consent. We'll take no action on Proposal 114.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 115, remove the hunter education requirement for beneficiaries using proxy hunters.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I think the department needs to change personnel at the front. Although you can tell us about hunter ed for raptors, but.
No, Mr. Chair, just briefly wanted to give the board a very brief update on giant tundra bunnies because I know that was
Oh, yes.
had a lot of interest in last meeting. Chris Barker is out in Nome currently and has conducted 3 transects, and we've had the best results on those transects that we've ever seen. Very good tracking conditions, lots of samples collected. So just a little positive note that Chris is out there in Nome, and we've had some really good data on big bunnies coming in. Thank you.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question on that. So do you have any accounts of gyrfalcons taking these large bunnies?
Mr. Hoffman, through the chair, yes. Actually, they make up a substantial portion of gyrfalcon diet in Western Greenland, and I've also seen evidence of Alaska hares being taken by gyrfalcons in Alaska, primarily leverets, the young hares, not the adults.
Thank you very much. I guess at our next meeting later, next cycle, we'll have to look at the hunting bag limits again for these. Maybe we'll have to raise them up again. Okay, Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to Travis for doing this. We called him in, and he did a great job. I also wanted to remind the board and the audience that Travis will be talking at Tanana Valley Sportsman's Association tomorrow night about lead being found in eagles across the United States.
Thank you. And we're just waiting, we're at ease until we get a change of staffing at the table. But we have Natalie, so that's all we need. Who cares if Ryan's there, right? Okay. 115 was moved and seconded, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 115 was submitted by the Fairbanks Advisory Committee, and it asked to remove the requirements for the beneficiary in a proxy hunt to have successfully completed hunter education. And the department does support the proposal. And if you hadn't noticed by now, we are into the weeds on the regulatory aspects of this. This is not classic season extensions and stuff like that. So bear with me as we go through these. All right, so a little bit of background on this one on hunter education. A person born after January 1st, 1986 that is 18 years old or older must have successfully completed a certified hunter education course in order to hunt in units 7, 13, 14, 15, and 20. Basic hunter education is also required in a lot of management areas across the state, including 14C, Mendenhall Wetland State Game Refuge, Palmer-Westella Management Area, and many others. It's not a complete list. It's just a reminder that there are additional hunter education requirements out there in addition to what we're talking about today. Some more information for you on proxy hunting, and the beneficiary is the person that's eligible to have someone proxy hunt on their behalf. Beneficiaries have to be Alaska residents who are blind, at least 70% physically disabled, 65 years of age, older, or developmentally disabled. Those folks can have another resident proxy hunt for them. The proxy also has to be an Alaska resident and is subject to all the conditions and requirements that would apply to the beneficiary. So in other words, the proxy hunter must be eligible to participate in the hunt themselves. Before a person turns 18 to hunt in one of those units listed earlier, a person does not need hunter education. And this allows someone to proxy hunt for persons under the age of 18 without themselves having hunter education. Once a person turns 18 to hunt in one of those units, they do need hunter education. So this is where the issue lies. If the person was incapable of completing hunter education for physical or developmental reasons, this means that once they turn 18, they can no longer have someone proxy hunt for them because they were unable to successfully complete hunter education. Proxy hunting is allowed for all deer, most caribou, and some moose hunts. And the department issues anywhere from 1,000 to 1,600 proxy authorizations per year. Adoption of the proposal is not expected to result in an increase in harvest because these people likely already had someone proxy hunting for them prior to the beneficiary turning 18. So it simply allows all interested parties to continue doing what they were doing legally prior to the beneficiary turning 18. It removes the requirement for the person who is not going to be in the field or not pulling the trigger to have hunter education. So as written, the regulation requires someone who is not going to be hunting to have hunter education. It does not change the requirement for the proxy hunter to have hunter education, and as a result, there is no net change for those actually hunting. So again, the proposal was submitted by the Fairbanks Advisory Committee to remove the requirement for the beneficiary in a proxy hunt to have successfully completed hunter education, and the department supports the proposal.
Okay. Thank you, Natalie. Board member comments, questions? Go ahead, Norval.
Yeah, to me, this sounds like a good proposal. Makes it a little easier for the hunters and the person who needs a meat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree. I mean, with the department and Member Huntington, that this just seems like a little bit of house cleaning. It's just trying to clarify the regulation, clean it up to continue to allow someone who's over the age of 18 to have someone proxy hunt for them.
Okay. Any additional comments or questions? Go ahead.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 115. Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Keough.
Yes.
Mr. Huntington.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
and Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 116, remove the crossbow certification requirements for people born before January 1, 1986.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 116 was submitted by the Alaska Outdoor Council, and it asked to remove the crossbow certification requirement for people born before January 1st, 1986. And the department does support the proposal. Some background for you. The existing crossbow education requirement was created by the board in 2016, and it was designed to mimic the bow hunter education requirements. It was done at a time when the department was putting the finishing touches on the crossbow certification course. So prior to that, the course didn't exist. So when the board adopted these regulations, it really was intended to mimic the bow hunter education requirements. Later at that same meeting, the bow hunter education requirements were changed by the board, but the crossbow education requirements were not. So adoption of the proposal would align the crossbow and bow hunter education requirements. And again, the proposal was submitted by the Outdoor Council. It removes the crossbow certification requirement for people born before January 1st, 1986. And the department supports the proposal because it reduces the regulatory complexity, which has proven to be a barrier to participation. And if the board wishes to retain age restrictions for crossbow education, the department asks that the board consider the same age restriction for all types of weapon-specific certification requirements.
Thank you, Natalie. Board member comments, questions? Go ahead, Orville.
I think this is a well-written proposal. It's good for all the users, and I'll be in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doesn't this also, 1 January to 1986 before, people born before also works with the hunter ed dates requirements?
Yes.
Through the chair, Member Brett, it does for several places, but there are other places that aren't aligned with that. The Mendenhall Wetlands State Game Refuge is one of those examples. If you're going to hunt on the refuge, everybody has to have hunter education.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? I think this makes good sense to keep things the same, so I'm going to vote for it.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Hey.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 116. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 117, require hunters to possess proof of completion of required educational certifications in the field.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 117 was submitted by the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, and it would require hunters to possess proof of completion of required hunter education certifications when participating in the hunt in the field. The department is neutral on the proposal. Proof of completion of education and orientations is required in some, but not all instances. For example, in Unit 23, a pilot may not transport parts of big game with an aircraft without having, in actual possession, the pilot's certificate of successful completion of a department-approved education course regarding big game hunting and meat transportation in the unit. Showing that proof of completion is also required in some, but not all instances, there's a regulation that says upon request from an employee of the department or a peace officer of the state, a person may not refuse to present for inspection any license, harvest ticket, permit, tag, or bow hunter certification card, but does not mention any of the other weapon-specific certification cards. So the proposal reduces confusion for hunters regarding which items must be in their possession while in the field and which items must be shown if contacted in the field. So again, it was submitted by the Wildlife Troopers to require hunters to possess proof of completion of required educational certifications in the field. And the department is neutral on the proposal, but supports the Wildlife Troopers' ability to enforce regulations that the board adopts. An adoption of the proposal would cut down on the time hunters and enforcement spend after the hunter is out of the field, verifying the hunter did in fact successfully complete whatever course was required. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions, comments from board members? Go ahead, Al.
I guess this would be a question for Department of Law or Wildlife Enforcement. So the legislature had passed, where you can show your license on your, lack of better terms, your iPhone or cell phone. Would this be possible also to have on your phone, or is the statute limiting or not allowing other licenses or certificates to be shown on a device?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, there's nothing here that would restrict the form that certification would need to take. So that proof could be on your phone or carried in paper form in your wallet, however you want to do it.
Just as a side question, does that also go for like big game guides? Can they carry their license on their phone?
I'm, through the chair, Member Barrett, I'm not aware that there's any restriction on the form of that license either, but I'm not familiar enough with the big game licensing requirements and what those statutes and regulations require, because I focus on the Board of Game and we don't regulate guides, so I'm sorry, somebody else might have that answer.
Additional comments or questions? Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the actual writing of the proposal, it says proof of weapon certification. Is that part of the course?
Through the chair, yes. That's the certification card that you receive after you successfully complete the course.
So that would be for muzzle loaders, bow hunters, crossbow, if you're born after 1986, et cetera.
Correct, Mr. Chair. So any of the regulatorily required items that would be required for a person would be, you'd have to carry those with you in one way or another, and you'd have to present proof of that while you were in the field. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to note that everything that this board has required in person can be carried electronically with a person in the field. And to help aid in that, the department is right now working on a mobile application that would allow you to do that. So at the moment, you can show those things via a picture on your smartphone, those kinds of things, but the department is also working to make even those things easier for hunters in the field if they choose to participate. So just to note that we're aware of that, and we are beginning communications with the public on how to easier comply with all of these things in one way or another.
Additional comments and questions? I kind of feel badly for somebody who didn't have their hunter ed certificate with them when they're in the field, unless they're in the Mendenhall wetlands and shooting at houses with their shotguns or something. But you know, I'm wondering, you know, in other regulations from from motor vehicles, you know, if you don't have your insurance card in your car and you get stopped, it's a defense if you can bring it, you know, and you can prove that you have it later. But you would be cited for not having it. And I'm wondering if something like that could be done here, or if we should just, you know, there's at least 3 ACs that don't support this, and I'm not sure what their concern is, but I'm guessing that it's that type of concern. Go ahead, James.
I just had a couple questions for clarification. So, for specific weapon, for draw permit applications for specific weapons, am I correct that a person has to show or have proof of education prior to application for those special draw permits? Is that correct?
Through the chair, sometimes, and we'll get into that with Proposal 118. So right now, we're focusing on only what happens in the field.
Right. I guess where I was going with that was that, so there are other seasons outside of draw permit hunts where this would be required by resident or by hunters, correct?
Through the chair, Member Cooney, yes, that's correct. There are other seasons outside of drawing hunts where this is required.
Jake?
Hey, it's a question for Captain DeGraff or maybe Sergeant Valentine back there, Trooper Valentine. How much time do you spend going back and looking up and making sure that this person you contacted has the proper certification?
Through the chair, I don't know if Sergeant Valentine wants to speak of that in his area. If he's available there, I'd defer to him first if he's ready.
Oh, he's here. He's ready to talk.
All right.
Very little, Mr. Chairman. We don't have a lot of these hunts in these areas that are specific certifications. We have muzzleloader ones down by the Rex Trail. As far as this one right here goes, the hunter ed one we focus on much more in our area as far as having that completed. It's right now it's not required even to carry your hunter ed card. I mean, you have to have hunter ed. You don't have to have it in possession. So that's something that people can tell us. It would be similar to this. I mean, if hunters didn't complete these requirements, there would be a lot more things that would be wrong with this hunt because they would be hunting illegally. They wouldn't be allowed to even have this hunt, participate in this hunt if they didn't have one of these cards. So this is, done much more down by like Anchorage and areas like that where there's a lot of the restricted weapons hunts. But up here in Fairbanks, not a whole lot. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really get caught in a hard place in a rock on these ones because, carrying around all these paperwork and sometimes they can break it down and get it on a credit card now, and now you can get it on a phone. I'm more inclined to think like you are, Mr. Chairman, that, if they get contacted in the field and, and they don't have it actually on them, that, they get written a citation and within a week or 10 days, whatever, reasonable time to present the certification to the local authorities, I'd be more inclined to support something like that than just always having this paperwork on you at all times. Sometimes in the interior, we hunt on opportunity, and it's not always in your back pocket, but your license and ticket might be.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Captain DeGraff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the recent statutory changes did allow for all of these to be correctable citations. So I think that may already be in place. Captain, can you clarify, please?
That's my understanding, and that's what as Member Brett said, that's the kind of the culture we're trying to change is to change that expectation and make it more consistent statewide. And I do know in other parts of the state where we do have these the different seasons and different restrictions that our troops in some of those areas can spend a lot of time afterwards trying to follow up, trying to get that person after their hunt to produce it, or a lot of times, they get kind of a placeholder warning and have the person deliver it to us or text it or email, then we have to go about finding them and delivering or mailing certified mail citations to folks. So I think it would help in enforcement in some parts of the state, but we are trying to kind of bring this to a consistent kind of mode of operation statewide. There are correctable citations, and somebody had brought up on the board there, vehicles and insurance and not having your registration, and a lot of those are correctable citations and easy to handle when you're with the person in the field rather than after the fact. Thank you.
Go ahead, Al.
Just one follow-up on that discussion there. That's the intent with the two troopers that we have in the room. But that doesn't really reflect the language in the codified. And, we all know there's always, just like everything else, there's always one trooper or one hunter that, doesn't see the value in letting somebody, prove themselves correctly before going to a court system or being actually cited.
And Cheryl, are you aware of the statute that would make this a correctable citation?
Mr. Chairman, I was just looking for that statute. Some of the statutes refer specifically to licenses, to tags, to permits. So we can make the regulation say what you want it to say. We can say it's correctable. If you could, for the troopers' assistance, clarify a couple of things, and Derek can jump in, or Dan if I'm misspeaking here. But I can, I'm assuming that there would need to be some sort of a time period in which the individual hunter would need to present that to overcome the citation. And what would happen if the citation is issued in the field and you don't have that hunter cert? You have to go home right then? Is that the board's intent?
Go ahead, Al.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My feeling would be if you got stopped in the field and you didn't have one of the particular pieces of paper that they're looking for, my intent would be not to stop the hunt. My intent would be to, what is a reasonable time? I don't know if 7 days is better than 10 days. It seems like if you get stopped on the first day of your hunt, lots of moose hunts are at least 7 days long, or a good long weekend. 10 days might be a little more convenient for hunters to continue to hunt and then be able to produce their documentation to the proper authorities.
Other board members? Lynn?
I kind of agree with Member Barrett's assessment on that, even maybe make it 14 days. 14 days seems to be a fair number for different reporting stuff. The other thing is maybe the department could change the hunting license to include slots for these different certifications where you could put your certification number down for bow hunter, hunter ed, whatever. So it would all be included on one document there that you could show that this is the certification number. Just a thought there.
Ryan, you have any comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sure, we'd love to. We'll get to it, I guess. We've made huge strides with the e-mobile app, and then strides in statutory changes where you can take a picture of the different credentials that you need. For many years, we've talked about, I think Member Barrett mentioned the credit card thing, and you find those in other states, and they have all your information and certifications, things like that. And, maybe we'll get there one day, and that's on the list, I know, in discussions, but we are focused on like the e-mobile and getting some of these newer things in play. I would just note for the board that Alaska's pretty liberal, if you will, in that you can oftentimes, you don't have to prove that because we don't have hunter ed required across the state, you don't need it to go buy a license. You just need it to participate in these certain restricted hunts. In many states, you actually have to have hunter ed. You can't buy a license without the hunter ed and being able to demonstrate that. So just something to think about.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Derek.
What I believe would work out in terms of a timeline for correctable citations, this would fall in line with any of our other standard citations. When I actually pull up our form that we write our tickets on, when it's a correctable citation, that a person has 30 days to correct the defect, to present or show proof of a license to any state trooper post. And so that's built into the citation as a 30-day time frame.
Thank you very much. And Ryan, perhaps maybe we should consider requiring that hunter ed so you get your license, and that way it's on the license when you, along with your certification. But I haven't seen a proposal from the department to do that. Although in another state where I was licensed at a younger age, much younger, you couldn't get a license without your hunter ed. So it made it easy.
Did we build the record enough with our intent and ready for the question?
Cheryl, what do you think?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, we might need to see an amendment to this proposal to see what it is that you're proposing. 14 days, 30 days, continue
Yeah.
hunting, or stop hunting until you, I guess your intent, Mr. Barrett, was to allow a hunter to continue hunting, assuming they still have the license permit tag, but not if they don't have the actual proof of the hunter ed or the certification. But I'll let you go ahead and make your amendment.
I want to make an amendment to this proposal that our intention is that if you get stopped in the field and you don't have your credentials, that you'll be able to continue to hunt. You'll have 30 days to make that correctable, through the proper authorities, verifying that you had the credentials at the time but just didn't possess them while hunting. And I think I covered it.
Second.
Amendment's been moved in second. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess just a quick question to Al would be, when you, or maybe Cheryl's better to answer this, credential, is that a correct term, or should we use certification? Credential could actually be a license, couldn't it?
Through the chair, Member Keough, I think we're talking here about hunter ed certifications for restricted hunts. We're not talking about licenses, permits, or tags, correct?
Well, I understand that, but when you, if we, in the amendment, he used the term credential, isn't a credential, couldn't it be considered your hunting license? Instead of because a hunting license isn't a certification, a bow hunter certification or a hunter ed certification or muzzle loader.
Yeah, I appreciate your clarification. I think I was assuming something that wasn't actually said, so I defer to Mr. Barrett to clarify that.
Yes, I'll amend that word credential to bow hunter certification and hunter ed where it applies.
Second concurs.
Okay, we have the amendment before us. James, or Natalie, do you understand?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand, and please help me if I misunderstood, but the amendment that I heard was to apply only to bow hunter education and to hunter education, which leaves out muzzleloader and crossbow.
I think if I heard it, what I heard was he meant the certification. He used those as examples. And so it meant all the certifications that were originally intended. That's what I heard. And I think that's what the rest of the board heard, is that he was using those two as examples. And so to define it not being credentials, as Member Keough meant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got it. I do have one more question, this one likely directed at Department of Law. So a person not having hunter education and orientation requirements is already on the bail schedule. So I'm very curious if the board has the ability to impose sort of a correctable citation on something that's already on the bail schedule and how that would fit in with the rest of our citations that someone to my left can better speak to than I can.
Mr. Chair, Natalie's right. I was just wanting to confirm that there is already a regulation with $100 bailable for not having hunter ed or orientation requirements, which is really what these educational certifications are.
But is that for not having the document in the field? Or is it for not having the certificate?
It's for not having it. It's not for just not having it in possession when you're in the field.
Right, this proposal has to do with possessing it in the field, and having it in your possession whenever you're in the field. So I don't think I think they're separate issues.
If I could jump in here, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the troopers would have to issue a citation for that $100 offense. And then that would be the waivable citation, and I'm looking at Dan.
Ms. Burking, I'm not exactly sure what you're, like, the way we use this is if we contact a hunter in the field, like in Game Management Unit 20, and we ask them for their hunter education, and they say, oh, I've never taken the class. That's when we would issue this citation.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if they say they've taken it, but they don't have proof of it, what would you like the troopers to do? Is that going to be something that you would like to regulate, that they should have it with them in the field, or they would be presumed to not have taken it and have 30 days to produce proof that they have?
My understanding of this was to make it required to have it in the field, which is a separate thing than that. So that's a good question. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. So my support of the amendment is that the individual in the field has completed the certification process, just does not have proof of it on him in the field, where he could get a citation, he shows proof, and it goes away. That was my intent supporting the amendment that Al put forward.
And I think that's what we were discussing, is you would be cited for not having education, but you would be able to correct that by showing the documents. And it'd be the same for any of the other things that you're required now to carry proof of in the field.
Mr. Chair, that's my
Okay, go ahead.
You're going to have your hunting license and your tag and some other things.
Well, no, yeah, we understand that. Only applying to certifications, which is what we were discussing with Al. And I think we're all clear on that. It may be not as clear on the record, but we want to make it clear on the record. That yes, the troopers would continue to cite people for not having their education. And then, just like if you're cited for not having an insurance card in your car, and you're able to correct that by showing your insurance card. And if you don't actually have an insurance card, you're in trouble. You know, if you don't actually have your certification, you're in trouble. So that's what we had in mind. Go ahead.
I hate to say it, but some hunter certifications, I think, just have the month on it. They don't have the day. So you could be cited, go take your certification in the same month and present it and say, hey, listen, I have it.
You're a real troublemaker. So where are we? We had an amendment. And Natalie, where do you think we are?
Mr. Chair, I heard an amendment to allow persons contacted in the field without proof of one of these education requirements to present proof within 30 days of being contacted that they had it.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, it's our intent to have this mobile app up and running and basically have all these certifications you need on your phone so that when you're contacted, you'll have it with you. So I already have my license on my phone, so I will have any certifications I need on my phone in addition to that, including harvest records. So we're getting there pretty fast.
You're getting there, but how do we deal with it right now, today? Because not everybody's going to have it on their phone. And some people may not have it in their pocket for whatever reason. Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'm a little confused why we're so wrapped around the axle on this. Basically, if you're contacted in the field by a wildlife trooper, it's no different than if you got pulled over on the highway by a state trooper. You have your driver's license, you hand to him, but however, you do not have your insurance card to hand to him. He's gonna give you a citation, you got a certain amount of time to provide that proof of insurance to him. It'd be the same deal here, that he might write you a notification that you gotta provide within a certain number of days, 30 days was what Al's deal, that you have to provide proof of that certification. Now, if that individual could actually get certified in that 30-day window, well, we still accomplished the same thing, they're now certified. But the hunter eds and hunter eds, stuff, a lot of times, they're not that available or that readily accessible to get into. But I just think that's something that, outside of our worry, right there.
Jake?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Member Keough on this. I definitely think that addressed all my concerns, and I think it's pretty smooth and understandable to me.
Okay, with that, we had the amendment before us. We have not voted on the amendment. Go ahead.
Call the question.
Okay, Cheryl.
I would just like to clarify one point that Member Keough made. Once you get the citation, it would be improper to get the certification after you've hunted.
Oh, absolutely, we understand that. Okay, go ahead and call the roll on the amendment.
On the amendment, Mr. Chairman, beginning with Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Now the proposal is amended is before us. Any comments on this? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I find the proposal is very defendable now, and I think we covered everything from A to Z, and I'll be in support of the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I intend to support it too, and I'm going to have that app on my phone anytime. It might be later this afternoon, for all I know. But we're going to make sure we have that in the field. We want to make sure that people can prove when they're in the field that they have what they have, and if they can't, they need to prove it soon. So any additional comments on this? Call for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 117. Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett, Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
The proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 118, add a new paragraph requiring completion of crossbow hunter certification course at the time of permit application.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 118 was submitted by the department, and it asks to require applicants for crossbow-only hunts to have a required crossbow education prior to applying for those hunts. And again, the department submitted this and supports it. Some more background on what's currently required when a person applies for hunts. If a person's applying for an archery-only hunt, course completion is required prior to applying. For muzzleloaders, it's the same. An applicant's required to have completed muzzleloader education before applying for the hunt. On crossbows, it's not. Crossbow certification is required only prior to hunting, not prior to applying. So the intent of the proposal is to treat all of these exactly the same, to remove the complexity for our hunters. So again, the department submitted this, and it submitted and supports the proposal because it reduces the regulatory complexity by aligning the application's requirements for the weapons restricted hunts. And with that, if you have any questions.
Go ahead, Orville.
So only difference is we just make it prior to applying for crossbows? Okay. I find it very well written, and I'll be in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Natalie, do we have any crossbow hunt only?
Through the chair, yes, we do now.
Okay, additional comments or questions? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just, I mean, I just look at this proposal as more housekeeping to keep everything consistent. All the certification classes are required you're required to have that certification prior to applying for a permit, whether it's muzzleloader, bow, or crossbow. I just think it's consistency.
Thank you, and I want to commend the department for supporting its own proposals. There was a time when they were always neutral, so. Okay. So with that, I'm going to support this too. Would you call the question?
Call the question.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you, and Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 118. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett? Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes,
That proposal carries 7-0.
and at this time, we're going to take a break and be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
I move to adopt proposal 119, include muskox on the list of species that can be taken under a proxy permit.
Second.
We have someone online for this? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Philip Perry. I work with Fish and Game in Bethel. I'm the Region 5 Management Coordinator. I'll be doing the presentation for Proposal 119. So 119 is asking, it's a public proposal, asking the board to allow hunters to hunt for muskox using a proxy for Tier 2 hunts. The recommendation by the department is that we are neutral. A little bit of background, you've already heard some about proxy hunting. It's available right now for certain caribou hunts. I think most deer hunts, some moose hunts, and for geese. The beneficiary, the person that's being hunted for, must be either blind, 65 years of age or older, 70% or more or greater physically disabled, or developmentally disabled. So muskox in the state, Tier 2 muskox hunts includes all those hunts that are going on right now in Unit 22 and 23, so the Nome area, Kotzebue area. Again, the beneficiaries would be people that have received Tier 2 hunts permits. If we go back and look the last few years, the hunters who get Tier 2 permits, this would affect up to, or I guess on average, about 4 hunters per year, ranges 1 hunter to 8 hunters that are over the age of 65. There are other hunters that might qualify, but we don't gather that information, so we can't really estimate what that would mean. These hunts are generally fairly successful, depending on which hunt you're talking about. They're between 50 and 90% successful in shooting a muskox. And so those are the Tier 2 hunts. The other hunts that occur in the state are on Nelson Island and Nunivak Island, and those are drawing and registration hunts. And as written, the proposal wouldn't affect those hunts. And again, it's a public proposal, and the department is neutral. So I'll entertain any questions you have at this point. Thank you.
Questions from board members? Discussion? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was just curious, and you said it might potentially increase the harvest rate for the subsistence hunt, but that would not be significant?
Yeah, through the chair. It's unknown. If it's 4 permits out of, we've averaged somewhere between 35 and 40 Tier 2 permits per year. So an average of 4 people would have or have been eligible to have someone hunt for them, not saying that they would. So yeah, it wouldn't, don't think it would change harvest by a whole lot.
Okay, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Philip. When an individual's filling out a Tier 2 permit and they're in a household, with elders in there, doesn't that individual that's filling out the Tier 2 application get to use the time and some of the qualifications of the oldest person or longest, whoever scores higher in the household is what I'm trying to say is there's some questions like that on the Tier 2 application. So I'm wondering why, not that I'm opposed to this proposal, but I'm just curious on why the proxy is actually needed.
But you are correct in how the questions are. There are people that, you know, the hunter might be the oldest person in the household. So yeah, I don't know how to completely answer your question.
Well, let me ask it this way. What is your anticipation of people receiving a tier 2, then authorizing a proxy on it?
It's hard to anticipate what people will do, but I don't think it'll be very high, right? We've only had as many as, I think the highest is 8. The other thing is, you know, they're tier 2 permits. It's a limited number of permits where we base it on the biology of what's going on, how many muskox are out there, how many mature bulls we think can be harvested. So the chance of over harvest is very, very low in this case.
Additional board member comments, questions? I intend to support this. In a tier 2 muskox hunt, I think the idea is to get these animals harvested and eaten by someone. You know, they provide food for the community and so, or for the individuals in the household. So I don't see any downside to this at all, given the low number, especially given the low numbers of people that are likely to qualify for it. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I guess just to build the record a little bit, I want to say that the Fairbanks AC, supported it. Northern Norton Sound AC supported it, and the Matt Valley opposed it.
Okay, any additional discussion on this? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting it as well for reasons stated by the last 2 board members. And we already have it established for other tier 2 hunts like caribou and a couple more, so.
Okay, so I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 119, Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keel?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 120, allow proxy hunting for moose.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department, who will be the presenter?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to have Lincoln Perrette, the management coordinator from Region 3. He's been here with us most of the time, and he'll be presenting on 120.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just waiting to take the screen back from Phil.
Okay, good luck with that.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Proposal 120 is a public proposal. The effect of the proposal would be to allow proxy hunting when the bag limit is an antlered bull, and the department recommendation is neutral. Some background here. This proposal was deferred. It was Proposal 110 from the March 2020 Region 3 board meeting, and the board expressed desire at that point to address the issue on a statewide basis. The original proposal, the proponent's desire was to allow proxy hunting specifically in the 19D antlered bull hunt. Current regulations, we got some background from Phil there on when proxy hunting is allowed. For moose specifically, it's currently allowed in Tier 2 hunts, any bull hunts, and antlerless moose hunts. Antlered bulls are a distinct category, and that's a bag limit that is utilized in some areas of the state. Regions 3, 4, and 5 all have antlered bull seasons. Some background here, additionally, biologically antlered bull bag limits are used in some cases to exclude the harvest of male calves. So an any bull hunt would allow the harvest of a male calf. In some winter hunts, the bag limit is used to basically avoid the harvest of cows in some cases. So you could have a bull hunt and some of those bulls are not going to have their antlers. And so it focuses harvest away from from those bulls onto sometimes the smaller bulls, although that's, I think, an incidental aspect to this hunt. It's generally to move the harvest away from cows. Again, effect of the proposal would just be to allow proxy hunting when the specific bag limit is antlered bull, and the department recommendation is neutral.
Thank you. Board member questions, comments, concerns? I have a question for you myself is, do we have any idea of how much this might be used?
I don't know. That is spread so far across the state. I think it would be difficult to say from hunt to hunt what it would particularly be. I think the hunt that we're most familiar with, the 19D hunt, there were a few people that wanted to be able to proxy hunt it, but it's so widespread I couldn't speak to the general.
So any concerns with increased harvest as a result of this?
We don't have any biological concerns about
Okay.
what this would do.
Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask the department also, I'm considering making an amendment to adding caribou to this list, or to this proxy, and I wonder if there's any biological or you foresee any kind of impact to proxy hunting caribou also.
Thank you, through the chair. So caribou is one of those that's already allowed to be proxy hunted for. There are currently 2 or 3 caribou hunts, excuse me, maybe just 2. There are a couple caribou hunts where the board has identified that proxy hunting would not be appropriate in those cases. And for those hunts, I think the board is properly noticed to change those here, but I'm not quite sure. But that gets into, is it appropriate to make those kinds of very specific changes at a statewide meeting that the board's already specifically addressed in the past at those meetings? So it's currently, you can currently proxy hunt for caribou, except in the very few hunts where the board has said that no proxy hunting is allowed. Does that answer your question?
Yes. So then, excuse, or Mr. Or through the chair, Cheryl, do you have some, or give us some clarification on the posted notice of
Through the chair, Member Barrett, if you could give me a few minutes to look at the notice and pull it up on my screen here, I can
Thank you.
give you further advice on that.
While she's doing that, we'll just hold at ease.
Miss,
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barrett, to respond to your question, I did look at the meeting notice, and it did say that the board would be addressing proxy, including for moose and muskox, and including is generally accepted to mean including but not limited to. So this would apply statewide. You could still make exceptions to that, but I believe the notice is broad enough to include your amendment.
Thank you, Cheryl. With that information, I'd like to make an amendment to this proposal to add caribou to the allowing of proxy hunting.
Second.
The amendment's been moved and seconded. It's before us. Al, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yeah, so like staff said, that there's only a few caribou hunts that the board has recognized that doesn't allow proxy hunting. And one of them is the 40-mile caribou herd, which is at a super abundance of surplus, and it doesn't allow proxy hunting. And I think I built a pretty good record with the public, with the ACs, different organizations on how they felt about adding caribou to this proposal, and I didn't think I got any opposition to that. And so that's the reason I'm making that motion, or that amendment.
Discussion on the amendment. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I don't know what the other caribou herd is that the board has decided not to allow proxy hunting, but would your amendment allow proxy hunting in that herd also?
Could I get the other two herds from Natalie, please?
Through the chair, currently proxy hunting is not allowed for caribou in the 40 Mile and White Mountains caribou registration hunt, and it's also not allowed in Mulchatna caribou hunts.
So
Okay.
currently, the Mulchatna caribou hunt is pretty much non-existent. And White Mountains 40 Mile, it's basically called the 40 Mile caribou herd now. It's one herd and not two separate herds.
Okay.
So we have to deal with Mulchatna.
Additional questions for Al or comments or discussion on this? Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To make sure I'm clear on the amendment, caribou is already covered. It's already legal to proxy hunt for caribou, with the exception of these two hunts. So what I'm hearing, the amendment to B would be to remove 5 AAC 92011 L2, 1, which is the 40-mile restriction on proxy hunting the 40-mile caribou. Is that the intent of the amendment, to allow proxy hunting in the 40-mile caribou herd?
Yes, thank you, Natalie.
Although, Natalie, it would be a statewide, so it would also include removal on the Mulchatna, although that hunt is not open at this time because this is a statewide meeting and we're going to apply it. We're not going to apply it simply to the statewide, to the 40 mile, because it was not part of our notice to do something like that. James.
Member Brett, so when you were asking those questions, I understood the question, but are you positive that when you were asking the public that question, that was the intent of removing the proxy on specifically the 40-mile herd?
I would say that they probably didn't know that was the intent. It was that there was caribou herds left that didn't have or weren't allowed to be proxied yet.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind the board that, the 40-mile caribou hunt's a registration permit. And if it is allowed to be proxied, that could potentially, anybody can get a registration permit over the counter. 2 years ago, we dealt with a significant issue with the number of hunters. Not saying that would be the case, it's just something to add into the discussion. That year, we had a 10,000 caribou harvest objective. We've reduced that quite a bit. And the other thing I would add, though, is the Board of Game will meet in Region 3 again in this time in 2024. I know it's a little ways out there, but boy, when things start happening on a regional level, similar to trap tags in Southeast, without input from the region, we hear about it.
Thank you for that, Ryan. I think, I think this would have been a great amendment to have offered 2 years ago, had we had an opportunity to do it. I'm not sure that it matters at this, as much at this point as it did, but I understand what your intent is, and I think the intent is very good. I'm not sure I'm going to support the amendment, but additional discussion. If not, then we'll go ahead, Al.
So procedurally, to get things discussed on the floor like this, we have to make amendments to open it up for discussion. I wasn't positively sure I could even get this far with it. I do agree that it's probably better at a regional meeting to talk about proxies in 40 Mile. You know, sometimes I get passionate about people that wish they could have a caribou and somebody could bring it to them. Was my main motivation, so I withdraw my amendment, please, or Mr. Chair, with the concurrence of the second.
Second concurs.
Okay, the amendment's been withdrawn, so the main motion, which is to allow the proxy hunting of moose and antlered moose hunts. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so as written, I intend to support the proposal. It looks like we had overwhelming support from all the different ACs. In fact, I see no opposition to this.
Hey, any additional discussion? Not?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 120. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 121, allow the use of dogs to hunt big game.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded for Proposal 121. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Proposal 121, it is a public proposal, allow the use of dogs to hunt big game. The department's recommendation is neutral, as this is a methods and means proposal. Some of the background, currently a single leash dog may be used to track a wounded big game animal. Dogs may be used to hunt black bears under a permit issued by the department. We issue about 10 permits per year. I inadvertently omitted the ability for hunters to use dogs to hunt coyotes in Unit 20D, 920901. Then, of course, we have all the other uses of dogs with small game and waterfowl, upland birds, things like that. This proposal, 121, as I said, it's public. Our recommendation is neutral. We see it as a methods and means type of proposal, but I also think you could see it a little bit as allocative. Some people will have dogs, some people will not have dogs. And we all know that certain dogs cost a lot of money, and there's a financial aspect to that. The other thing that I would note for this proposal, there are no standards recommended by the author. And arguably enough, there are no standards for dogs that are used for small game, waterfowl, and things like that. But we've had a lengthy discussion today about harassing game and how would we, just thinking out in the field and in a practical matter, seeing a dog run through the field chasing an animal, would it be a big game animal? That's an important distinction here. How do we know what's going to happen there? Understanding, and I can't say I understand, I know all the standards used in like the lower 48, hounds for hunting black bears or hounds for hunting mountain lions, hounds for hunting raccoons. But it seems to me that people spend a lot of time and money training those. So I just encourage the board to think about standards should you wish to adopt this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree totally with Mr. Scott's comments there. I can't support this proposal, and then it also looks like we have pretty much overwhelming opposition to it from the ACs, several private individuals, so therefore I won't be supporting this proposal.
Al?
Just to build a little bit on the record, I did contact some people that use dogs to go hunting. And generally, I would consider them professionals. I don't know if I could find, somebody living on the farm and have their dog. But they're highly trained, they're highly visible. They all have tracking collars of some sort on them. And they're very noticeable, out in the woods. And a few of the TV programs that I've watched have been, showed the same thing, quite large collars on them, wires for sending signals out. And I think when they are used properly, I don't think there's any way that a person in the public or the wildlife enforcement people would not know it's a hunting dog.
Okay, any additional, my comment would be that most places where dogs are used, we have large tracts of privately owned land, and people hunt on private land instead of public land, as you do in Alaska. So the conflicts between people and people hunting with dogs is quite different in those circumstances. Without having the training requirements and more information, I'm not going to support this proposal, but it's not because I have anything against hunting big game with dogs in particular. It's just, I don't know how you apply it in the state and with what we're doing here. Orville.
I wonder if you could clarify for me what it means for track only. And what Anchorage AC had that amendment. What does that pertain to?
Through the chair, Member Huntington, I apologize, I can't. I actually have not seen the Anchorage's AC amendment, so I don't have any context for it. I could take a wild guess, but.
Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I made those comments on, behalf of some of the dog people. I've known people have tried to track black bears here around the Fairbanks area. But with the minimal amount of roads we have here, like you're talking about, animals can get far from their handlers, and there's very little access. We have quite the topography, the transverse, just in a short distance from swamps to huge tussock fields to, dense, thick willow pucker brush stuff. So it gets quite difficult for a handler to keep up with a dog chasing such an animal like a black bear.
Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not that I'm any good at that. I did take my dog out once when we went out just for bear protection, and somehow when the moose came out and we're getting some shots off, it got scared and ran off, and it took me about a week to find it. Finally walked into Wesley's trapping cabin. I found it there, and just lucked out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so any additional questions, comments on this proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 121. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keel?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 232, allow the use of dogs to recover wounded fur bearers.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department response?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 232 is a public proposal to allow the use of dogs for recovery of wounded or lost fur bearers, and department recommendation is neutral. Again, we see this as as a methods and means proposal. Some background, currently, hunters may use a leash dog, may be used to track a wounded big game animal. May have spoken to Mr. Huntington's comments earlier. Dogs may be used to hunt black bears under a permit issued by the department. Dogs may be used to hunt coyotes in Unit 20D. I think it's worthwhile to point out that coyotes are classified as fur animals as well. And dogs are routinely used to hunt small game to do exactly what the author of the proposal is asking for fur bearers. Public proposal, allow the use of dogs to recover of wounded or lost fur bearers. The department is neutral. I would just mention some of the conversation we had in the previous proposal. It is a little bit different. We're not talking about running a big game animal. using a dog with the intent to hunt. This is definitely in a different perspective in that it's being used to recover or find. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't support this proposal either. Couple reasons. One is I think it's kind of an in run around using a dog to chase fur bears, probably primarily lynx, to try and tree them. Secondly, with all the issues that trapping's got going right now with conflict with dog owners, allowing people to have dogs running loose during the trapping season, I just think would add to additional conflicts and affect a long standard history of trapping in Alaska. So for that, I won't be supporting this proposal.
Additional comments, board members? Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm probably going to actually support this. I saw some public testimony. I got to see, you know, a handler and a dog working really, really close together. I got to see that dog very, very well trained. This isn't something I think that just anybody's going to pick up a dog from a pound and go ask him to try to retrieve a wounded fur bear. I don't think very many people are going to participate in it. I think the folks that do will be very cautious and very courteous to other resource users. So I intend to support it.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. How about, I'm having problems here. It says recover of wounded or lost. I can't remember what that's referring to, lost fur bears. Is it wounded and lost, or?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I believe that's, that came straight from the proposal. So I may have used wounded and lost, you know, maybe should have used but.
Okay, thank you. And so I was just thinking, a comment that Member Kehoe made about lynx. I could easily see them, if they wound a lynx and they use a dog to retrieve it, a lot of times these lynx are in families, and it could, you know, you could potentially be chasing a non-wounded lynx because of their family dynamics. And so I don't know, I'm on the fence on this one.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I guess the one other comment I would make on this is so right now we hear the justification for dogs being off leash that they're hunting bird hunting. Right now, if we pass something like this, I think the justification, they're out hunting fur bears with their dogs, and that's the reason he was off leash running and got caught in a trap or a snare. Like I said, I just think that we're going to have the potential to create huge conflict with something that's already established, and that being trapping.
Okay, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just take a little different spin on it. I like to keep trapping and hunting separate. We do have that provision, and that provision to allow a trapper to use a firearm to take a fur bear, you know, was mainly in a trap, but there's sometimes that they get out of the trap and you still want to, you know, get him before he gets away. You know, it's a common loophole for predator callers to use, you know, buy a trapping license. Great, supports the conservation. But they're not trapping, they're actually predator calling, and sometimes, you know, and that was the issue with this young man that was up here was, you know, sometimes you make a bad shot and that happens, and they wanted to use a dog to retrieve that, which made some sense, but I just like to keep it separate and not count it as a trapping methods and means.
Okay. Any additional questions, comments from the board? I think
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Go ahead and call the board.
Final action on proposal 232. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
And Mr. Cooney?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 1 yea to 6 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 121, allow the use of dogs to hunt big game.
Second. Oh, you got the wrong one.
You seconded the wrong one. Okay. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 166, amend the requirement for license and tags to include game legally taken with dogs and cats.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 166 is a public proposal, would require hunting licenses, applicable permits and tags to take, for the take of game by domestic dogs and cats. The department recommendation is opposed. Hunting licenses are required prior to a person's attempt to take game. Domestic dog and cat owners are not currently required to possess a hunting license simply because they have pets. And given that a domestic dog or cat could take a game animal, and game is defined as just about anything that, you know, runs, crawls, flies, the whole 9 yards, would we ask all pet owners to purchase a license preemptively so they wouldn't be in violation? The board establishes legal methods and means for hunting and has specific regulations when dogs can be used. We've just talked about two potential regulations about that. And however, the regulations are silent on the use of cats. We don't find a note to that. Public proposal, require hunting licenses, applicable tags and permits for the take of game by domestic dogs and cats. The department is opposed. As I mentioned, just to reiterate a couple things, no, there are no existing regulations for this. Again, this is a foray into domestic animals. And as I recall, I'd have to look back at the proposal, but I think it does say specifically domestic dogs and cats. Oh, I stand corrected. It doesn't.
Okay, you done?
I'm sorry? Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so what I want to know is, do we have an estimate on the take of game by dogs and cats?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have an estimate. We don't collect the data. I'm not sure how we would use the data or anything like that.
Okay, I was just wondering how much revenue you could get from selling licenses and tags.
A lot.
But otherwise, okay, board questions, comments, Orville?
Yeah, I would ask the Department of Law, do we have authority on this one?
Through the chair, Member Huntington. Yes, I would recommend caution in how this is actually worded and applied. As Ryan said, this gets dangerously close to looking like you're regulating domestic animals. But if the intent of this is to regulate hunting with animals that you own, you know, you're regulating hunting, and you can do that. So you can, for example, yeah, we have regulations about use of dogs for hunting black bears, et cetera. So technically, yes, you have the legal ability to do this if you're careful how you do it.
So then should we have an amendment to add cats to animals that can be used for hunting before we take this up? I'm joking, but go ahead, Orville.
I was just going to say I don't support the proposal. I can't see any justification for it and no way to defend it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stash?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't support it as well. I think we're just call the question.
Okay, the question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation's adopted.
Okay, go ahead, Christine. Poll the board.
Final action on proposal 166, Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
And Mr. Barrett.
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 122, lower the minimum draw weight for bows for hunting big game.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 122 was submitted by a member of the public, and the proposal would lower the peak draw weight for hunting big game with archery equipment. It would lower it from the existing 40 and 50 pounds down to respective 35 and 45. And the department is neutral on the proposal. The draw weight of a bow is the amount of force needed to pull the string of a bow back and is measured in pounds. The current Alaska draw weight requirements are 40 pounds peak draw weight when hunting black-tailed deer, wolf, wolverine, black bear, Dall sheep, and caribou, and 50 pounds peak draw weight when hunting mountain goat, moose, elk, brown grizzly bear, muskox, and bison. A compound bow's draw weight doesn't vary with differing draw lengths. However, recurve bow's draw weight increases as it's drawn farther. Most states have draw weight requirements to bow hunt, ranging from 30 to 50 pounds. Some states have different draw weight requirements for various species, while others have different draw weight requirements based on the type of bow used while bow hunting. It is recommended that bow hunters shoot as heavy a draw weight as they can safely pull and accurately shoot to increase the probability of making ethical and lethal shots. Shot placement, shot distance, arrow weight, draw length, and broadhead design also play a role in ensuring a person's arrow and broadhead penetrate vital organs. Technology has improved bow hunting and archery equipment to the point where it's easier to reach the draw weights of 40 and 50 pounds required to hunt big game in Alaska. And Alaska allows the use of both mechanical and fixed blade broadheads. At lower weights, some mechanical broadheads may not deploy properly in thicker skinned animals such as moose, elk, or bison, which could lead to a higher wounding loss. And again, this proposal was submitted by a member of the public, and it looks to reduce the existing draw weight requirements for archery hunting, and the department is neutral on the proposal.
Jake?
I guess I got a question for Captain DeGraff or Sergeant Valentine. Whenever you come across a bow hunter in the field, what is the method in which you measure the draw weight of a bow?
Captain DeGraff, are you on? Oh. Sergeant Valentine was really hoping you were on, so go ahead.
Well, my understanding, he can correct me if I'm wrong, is you look for the printed weight on the bow if there is one. I know they don't always have that. I've seen them on some of them, but we don't carry any way to measure them on our person by actually pulling it back or using a release or anything like that. So that's my understanding. And Dan, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
There's been no correction.
Yeah, and I know some have, you can change the weight by adjusting the bolts that are on there. And there's, once you start adjusting that weight, I've not seen any bow that actually represents, accurate weight as you're turning that and adjusting the weight of that bow if it's adjustable.
Okay, Sergeant Valentine, did you have something to add?
Mr. Chair, we also go a lot by just asking the hunter themselves what the weight of the bow is. And in my personal experience, most hunters in Alaska are hunting with a 45 pound or greater for any animals that I've come across, whether it's moose or caribou.
Thank you. Go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, just real quick, have you ever cited anyone, or, I mean, how many of these people get cited for underweight draw on a bow?
In my personal opinion, personal experience, I've never cited anybody for an underweight bow. I could look up statistics on that for you if you would like.
No, it's not necessary, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Al?
I seen in the presentation, it talked about expandable broadheads, and I was just looking and I didn't quite find it, but I didn't think we were allowed to use expandable broadheads in the state.
And Natalie's looking up the appropriate regulation to, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, through the chair, the board did in the last 5 years change the definition of a broadhead to mean a fixed, replaceable, or mechanical retractable blade type arrowhead that is not barbed with 2 or more sharp cutting edges having a minimum cutting diameter of not less than 7/8 of an inch. So mechanical broadheads are now currently legal in Alaska.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional comments, questions from the board? Do we have any bow hunters on the board that have experience with lighter or heavier weight? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a pretty avid bow hunter, and my son still is, and I raised 2 daughters shooting competition with archery, but they didn't never hunt with archery equipment. And we all complied with the current regulations. We didn't have any issues with it. It just took exercise and practice, even for my daughters to reach those levels to be more competitive in their archery endeavors. So that's what I have.
And my experience with the compound bow in particular is once you draw it back, you can hold it, even if it's a heavier bow, so it's much less of a problem than if it was a recurve at a higher draw weight. But if we'd just gone with crossbows, we wouldn't have the problem. Anyway, any additional comments, questions from board members?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 122. Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Brett?
No.
And Mr. Keough?
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 233, eliminate the requirement for a peak draw weight of bows or establish peak draw weight for taking species.
Second.
Go ahead, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 233 was submitted by a member of the public, and it would eliminate the peak draw weight requirement or establish new peak draw weights for big game species. And much like the last proposal, the department is neutral on this one. Again, the draw weight of a bow is the amount of force needed to pull the string of a bow back and is measured in pounds. Current Alaska draw weight requirements are 40 and 50 pounds respectively for the species. A compound bow's draw weight does not vary with differing draw lengths. However, recurve bows' draw weight increases as it's drawn further. Most states do have draw weight requirements to bow hunt ranging from 30 to 50 pounds. Some states have different draw weight requirements for various species, while others have different draw weight requirements based on the type of bow used while hunting. Again, it's recommended that bow hunters shoot as heavy a draw weight as they can safely pull and accurately shoot to increase the probability of making ethical and lethal shots. Shot placement, shot distance, arrow weight, draw length, and broadhead design also play a role in ensuring a person's arrow and broadhead penetrate vital organs. Technology has improved bow hunting and archery equipment to the point where it's easier to reach draw weights of 40 and 50 pounds required to hunt big game in Alaska. And Alaska does allow the use of both mechanical and fixed blade broadheads. At some lower draw weights, those mechanical broadheads might not penetrate thicker skinned animals as easily, which could lead to wounding loss. So again, this is a public proposal to eliminate or reduce, establish new peak draw weights for big game species, and the department is neutral on this one as well.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 233 due to the action taken on 122.
Second.
Without objection, we'll take no action on 233.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 123, allow electronic rangefinders mounted on bows to be used for hunting big game.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you. Proposal 123 was submitted by a member of the public. And this proposal would allow the use of electronic bow sights with built-in rangefinders, and it would change the definition of allowable archery equipment or devices in a restricted weapons hunt that authorizes a take by bow and arrow only, and the department is neutral on the proposal. The use of rangefinders while hunting big game in Alaska is legal. Rangefinders assist bow hunters with judging distance, especially in mountainous or tundra terrain, which can aid in better shot placement for more ethical and lethal kills. Current regulations for items attached to bows and arrows in restricted weapons hunts are designed for more primitive equipment and the fact that optical enhancement is not needed for shots taken with a bow since the distance is so much less than with a rifle. New electronic bow sights with built-in rangefinders do not project light externally and do not provide optical enhancement. The new regulation would read as follows. So it would just change A toward the bottom of the screen there. Any type of electrical device or light attached to the bow, arrow, or arrowhead, except a non-illuminating camera, a rangefinder, and that's the new piece, or a lighted knock on the end of an arrow, or a scope or electronic sight that does not project light externally. So again, this is a proposal submitted by a member of the public. It would allow the use of electronic bow sights with built-in rangefinders, and it would change the definition of allowable archery equipment or devices in a restricted weapons hunt that authorizes take by bow and arrow. And as a reminder, it's currently legal to use this equipment in hunts that are not restricted to archery only. With that, the department is neutral on the proposal and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board members, comments from board members? I intend to support this. I don't see this makes it any easier to hunt with a bow, and I don't see we're gonna get additional take or wounding loss as a result of this. It might reduce wounding loss. That's my personal opinion, and I certainly contrary to some of our public testimony. Some of our public who want to see it kept as a primitive and not use this, but we already allow scopes and all sorts of sights that don't provide optical enhancement or project. All this does is tell you how far away it is. It doesn't do anything else. But go ahead, members. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it was my understanding on the electronic rangefinder on the sites that it adjusted the sight to the distance for you. That's not a correct assumption? Okay. I guess the only other comment I'll make then is we've, like the chair said, had a lot of opposition to this, ACs, the Bow Hunter Association, several members of the public. Actually, a lot of opposition to this. So I'm probably not going to support this.
James.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question that Member Keough just asked, that was my understanding from one of the members that provided public testimony, that there are rangefinders for bows that mechanically adjust the sight automatically to the range. And so that was, I think, my only concern was that if supported of this, it's not just an electronic device that tells the archer the range, but then it also automatically adjusts a sight to the range as well. And I just wanted, that's more of a question. I don't know if anybody else is a bow hunter here as well.
Additional questions, comments? Orville?
I guess I would need a little help on understanding, is this technology, is it, these rangefinders use sonar, or do they use infrared, or?
Through the chair, Member Huntington. No, rangefinders just use optics and the ability to measure the distance from where the person's standing to the target. That's kind of the key. You have to, there's usually a crosshair in there that you put on the target. You know, they're hand carried for the most part. I'm actually trying to ascertain if electronic sights do adjust based on built-in rangefinders, because I don't know that answer. But no, it's just a visual optics and a distance measuring. I don't think they use sonar, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure how they would do it. Otherwise, yeah, I guess I'm not fully knowledgeable of the internal workings.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I intend to probably support this. I probably won't use one. You know, I buy a light bow, and I've only bought one in the last 12 years. And I started adding stuff to it, and man, it sure got heavy after a while. And I started taking things off. So, but you know, I think this is a tool. I've always wondered myself when I'm sitting there aiming at something, it would be nice to have a little picture telling me what the actual yardage is from 5 or 6 minutes ago when I did it with a handheld rangefinder. Regardless of some of the testimony, people are going to take further shots, and there may be some more wounding loss because of that further shot. I mean, that's what you have to teach yourself, and that's what you have to believe in yourself is if you're comfortable at 45 yards, that's your comfortable shooting distance. 46 and 47's cross the line. You have to make that choice in your mind. Because a handheld one tells me it's 47 yards, or I have one on my bow mounted that tells me it's 47 yards, I still have to make that conscious decision to take a shot or not. I don't think people will shoot further because they know the distance. Again, we have a handheld one I can hold up, and I still have to make that choice. Is it something I can harvest ethically or cleanly, I should say, or am I risking a wound on it? Am I just, you know, hoping and praying my arrow does exactly what I want to do with the wind conditions that are out there and all the variables that go along in placing a good, clean shot. So those will probably be the reasons I'll support this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I phoned a friend, our hunter education program coordinator, who graciously helped us with these as well. She indicated that the sight pins don't change, but within the rangefinder, there is an angle compensation for it. So it sounds to me like it does give you, you know, a better picture of where you better be shooting.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess the only other, one of the, other than one of my opposition, or, opposing this proposal is when the main bow hunter group in Alaska is opposed to it, you gotta ask yourself why. If they thought it was gonna enhance or make them better at their ability to harvest or, provide better shots, I think they would support it, but they're in opposition to this. So anyways, I just thought I'd add that on the record.
Thank you. Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, I think I'll be in opposition to it too. It just seems like technology is just getting a little bit too far advanced. I mean, I've got a compound bow at home. I rarely use it because when I'm at home, I can't afford to go to Fairbanks or somewhere where I can use it. So, yeah, I think I'll leave this one alone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Al, go ahead.
I would just like to add to the record that if you're using a handheld rangefinder, most of them have the angle compensator also in there, so it's nothing different again.
Okay, James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I intend to go with the majority of the public's comments on this. I just don't know enough about them, but, the majority of the public comments that we've heard, and then also that were sent in as well, we're in opposition of it, so that's kind of the way I'm leaning.
Yeah, so I just pulled these up on my computer because it was here on the internet, and they're pretty sophisticated, and they cost between $800 and $1,500 discounted. So it does put it out of the range of some people when you're thinking of a primitive site. So anyway, with that, any additional comments? I think the public was clear on it, so thanks. Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns to the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 123. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 124, allow the use of integrated bow sights, laser range finders for big game with bows.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 124 due to the action taken on 123.
Second.
Without objection, we'll take no action. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 125, allow the use of crossbows for hunting big game and weapons restricted hunts.
Second.
125 has been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 125 was submitted by a member of the public. The proposal would allow the use of crossbows in archery-only restricted weapons hunts with the following conditions: no scopes, only iron sights and peep sights, successful completion of a crossbow certification course, and carry the certification card with them in the field. The department is neutral on the proposal because it addresses methods and means of taking game. However, the department continues to encourage the board to address weapons restrictions on a hunt-by-hunt basis. Establishment of hunts for take by bow and arrow have occurred due to the differences between hunting with a firearm and hunting with a bow and arrow. The bow hunting and archery community has felt that crossbows aren't archery equipment because of the following differences: how a crossbow shoots, the distance a crossbow can shoot, the mechanics of a crossbow, and the skills needed to shoot a crossbow. The board chose not to adopt a similar proposal in 2012, 2016, and again in 2018, and just recently earlier today. So again, a crossbow does not fit with the current Alaska bow definition that we have in regulation. The board provides opportunities for an individual with disabilities to use a crossbow in archery-only areas through another regulation, which allows for a methods and means exemption permit to be issued by the department. So there is already some method to allow this if circumstances warranted. Current regulations require all crossbow hunters to complete a crossbow education certification course prior to hunting big game in Alaska. and the department emphasizes education and training for all equipment used to harvest animals. The skills needed to shoot a crossbow are very different than shooting either a bow or a firearm. And again, this proposal was submitted by a member of the public. It would allow the use of crossbows in archery-only restricted weapons hunts with the following conditions: that no scopes be used, only iron sights and peep sights, and successful completion of a crossbow certification course, and that they carry the card with them in the field. So again, the department is neutral on the proposal because it's a methods and means issue, and the department does continue to ask the board to address weapon-specific restrictions on a hunt-by-hunt basis. With that, if you have any questions.
Okay, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to oppose this proposal for the same reasons I used to oppose Proposal 101.
Thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Member Keel. It's just like weapons creep, so I'm gonna oppose it too.
Okay, I am too, because I think there's significant difference between hunting with a bow and hunting with a crossbow, you know, and how close you have to approach an animal and the ease of setting it off. So it's different. And any additional comments?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 125. Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 126 to allow the use of muzzle loaders equipped with scopes in the taking of big game.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 126 was submitted by a member of the public. It would allow the use of muzzle loaders equipped with a scope and a muzzle loader only restricted weapons hunt. And the department is neutral on the proposal. Weapons restricted hunts were designed with a more traditional view of fair chase principles. A traditional muzzleloader effective hunting range is 100 yards or less, since a muzzleloader fires large, heavy projectiles. The definition of a scope is a telescopic sight mounted on top of a rifle that helps to improve one's aim by magnifying and pinpointing a target. And again, this proposal was submitted by a member of the public to allow the use of scopes in muzzleloader only hunts, and the department is neutral on the proposal.
Thank you. Board questions? Jake?
Hey, if I could just get a little clarification from the department. If you want to use a muzzle loader with a scope on it in a non-weapons restricted hunt, you can use one, right?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. You are welcome to use those in hunts that are not restricted to muzzleloaders only.
Thank you.
And with that, you can even use a smokeless powder, one that you put the powder in from the back and the ball from the front, and with a scope, and people shoot things at 500 yards with those sometimes. So
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
yeah, but only in a regular season, right? With rifle hunting. Orville.
Yeah, just build on the record a little bit. There was no support for this proposal, really. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? This would be for muzzle loader only seasons and weapons restricted seasons, not for general seasons. So with that,
Call the question.
question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 126. Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 127, allow air rifles for hunting big game.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Go ahead. It's all you, Natalie.
I guess. Proposal 127 was submitted by a member of the public, and it would permit the use of air rifles to be used to hunt big game. The department is neutral on the proposal with some recommendations. So currently in Alaska, only small game can be harvested using an air rifle. And there are some western states that do allow the use of air rifles, Arizona in particular. So as a result, the department did submit RC 30 to outline Arizona's existing regulations, if you're interested in that. Again, that's RC 30, 030. Oh, excuse me, or RC 31, my bad, 031. So the department does have concerns about wounding loss. The equipment and industry standards, if air rifles are allowed to be used for harvesting big game in Alaska. And if the proposal is adopted, the department asked the board to adopt standards for air rifle equipment similar to the standards in place for archery equipment. From research that was done, we have found that air rifles in the 30 caliber range, under 150 foot-pounds, are good for midweight animals such as deer and pigs, but marginal for big game. And the 40 caliber air rifles and larger that produce 300 foot-pounds have been found to be more effective on big game. So the department recommends making the definition of air rifle read as follows, if interested in going this route, that air rifles are shoulder-mounted rifles whose projectile, BB or pellet, is propelled by compressed air or carbon dioxide, in contrast to a firearm which uses combustible propellants. So again, this proposal was submitted by a member of the public. The department, or excuse me, the board has seen similar proposals in the past and has failed them, waiting on additional information about calibers and specifics along those lines, which we have provided for you in this one. And the proposal would allow the use of air rifles for hunting big game, and the department is neutral, again, with some recommendations based on the information we found about calibers. And with that, if you have any questions, we are here to answer those. Eddie may also have some stuff to say on this one as well.
Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the department know if these weapons, this, air rifles, how they hold up in extreme environments like really wet or super cold? Or because I know Arizona doesn't seem to have those extreme weathers like us.
Through the chair, there are others here who are far more knowledgeable about this than I am, but I do know that they are used all over the world for hunting large game. And so it's my understanding that they do have the potential to stand up to all of those elements. But if anyone here has more information, I know that there are some folks right here in Fairbanks who have them as well. And it's my understanding that they do use them year round, not for hunting purposes, but just for use. So hopefully that answers your question.
Additional questions from the board? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Natalie, so you said they're currently legal for small game. Does that also include fur bearers?
Through the chair, Member Keough, I can find that answer for you. We do currently, there are board regulations that allow the use of air rifles, sometimes with rifled barrels in some of the management areas. So typically they're geared towards small big game. It may include fur bearers. I'm not immediately familiar with that. I can find the answer for you, but again, those are allowed in very specific management areas, typically places close to communities and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. So I guess just as a follow-up to that, I guess I'm kind of intrigued by this, to be honest with you, although I think that we'd probably want to go cautiously at this. I'm not quite sure we need to approve hunting big game, but maybe incrementally increasing, because I do have the same concern that Member Hoffman has. I question the effectiveness of these guys in severe colds when you're using compressed air or CO2, but I definitely think it's something on the horizon that eventually we may get all the way to big game, but right now I'd probably only be interested in dealing with nothing larger than fur bearers with it.
Anyone else? I actually very much, go ahead, Eddie.
Just to reiterate, Doug and I went to a demonstration of these this summer. Doug can follow up on this if he likes, but I was a professional hunter almost all my life, and I was very impressed with these rifles. They don't make as much noise. They're quieter because it's compressed air. The way it's used, the mechanism works, there's hardly any kick at all. So for most people, that means they're going to be more accurate in their shot placement. And I can tell you from watching what happens when you hit something with a projectile from one of these air rifles, I would not have any qualms at all of hunting brown bear with one, a 50 caliber bear rifle, from what Doug and I saw at that demonstration. I don't know about the performance in frigid weather, but I've hunted in Arizona and it's been below zero, so. Several elk hunts I went on in Arizona it was cold. I don't know if air rifles, but we were using regular rifles, so I don't know. All I can say is what I saw and utilized it that day at the range. And I would say a 45 caliber or 50 caliber air rifle, and you get 3 shots before you have to replace your compressed cylinder. You know, if you're a good hunter and you make a good stock and you're like 50 to 100 yards away from a moose or a bear, you're probably in good shape. And I can't see where wounding loss and other considerations would be any worse than bow hunting, and probably more proficient. So.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My reasoning is, I think, is the same as most of these people. We don't know all that. We just think of air guns that you go shoot squirrels with, and I understand that, you know, that there's bigger guns, but it's a pretty rare to know. That's not common knowledge that they're hunting big game with air rifles, as far as I know. So maybe that's one of the biggest reasons. I mean, if I saw a demonstration and all that, I'd probably be on board with you, and maybe I still am, but I'm justifying the reason why there's so much resistance from the public and the ACs. Maybe they don't know.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair, Member Hoffman, I don't disagree with that. I think I didn't know about them until I went to this demonstration with Doug. But these are bona fide rifles, and I think they're probably more proficient than a bow. I think there'd be less wounding loss from an air rifle than a bow. And like I said, having been a professional hunter most of my life, I wouldn't have any qualms about using one on a brown bear.
Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm kind of leaning along what Member Hoffman said. I really wish I'd have seen a presentation or I had some hands-on experience with them. They sound like really neat tools, but I just don't have that much experience with them.
Okay, so Doug.
Yeah, I second what Eddie said. I was very doubtful about air rifles before I went out on the field and actually saw them. And I would guarantee you that I would feel much more comfortable shooting a 50 caliber air rifle than a 50 caliber chamber at an animal. I would not as flinch nearly as much given the less kick on that gun. And they are impressive. They have a lot of stopping power. They throw a 50 caliber slug down 100 yards. It flattens that slug right down to nothing. So, yeah. And I encourage you, whatever you do, decide not to move on this, to go visit one of these ranges and get your hands on a set of rifles and make your own opinions before you, because it probably will come up again in the future.
I'm wondering, and I asked the department, whoever wants to answer this, if there was an amendment to make this so people could get a permit to hunt with an air rifle, so we could limit this, or put it in some special hunts, something so it could be utilized. There could be some more confidence, something like that, if that would work for the department and for the board members. Go ahead.
I would think it's anywhere it's warm, like down southeast or something, it could work. Stosh was kind of right. I tried a couple of different kinds of rifles just because potlatch was coming up, so I bought my brother automatic 308, one of those Russian-made ones, and it was used compressed air to kick it back and forth, and it worked fine when it was warm. Not that his boys could hit anything, but it didn't work good when it got cold, and that's when my SKS, it never failed the whole time.
So I'm wondering, if maybe an amendment to authorize them for hunting deer, to to give it a start, and, or something of that nature might meet people's needs, or for something in that, along that line, deer and caribou to start with. So we could build some confidence and get some out in the field and see how people think they perform. Go ahead, Al.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mind making that amendment, but are you thinking maybe just unlimited permits, or, I mean, the cost of what, some of these rifles will kind of limit themselves. I don't think everybody's gonna go down to their local gun store and flip out $1,700 to $3,000.
Well, I'll let Ryan speak first, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm hearing is, just a lack of familiarity and myself as well, and confidence in how the firearms would perform. All that can be done without actually utilizing them in a hunt. And to some extent, you've already started the awareness campaign, if you will, by having this discussion. The other thing is the department can take this back, this discussion. I'm not saying don't open a hunt. I'm giving you another alternative. And we can start talking to the hunters as well, before putting them in the field for, a specific animal, talking with various conservation groups as well. And I mean, who knows, maybe we can find our hands on some of these and provide some of those opportunities. I realize it's going to be a few years before we come back before the board at the statewide meeting, but another option is to let us do some outreach. I can't promise that we can purchase some of these, but we could look into it, but we can certainly reach out to people and try to provide some of that information. And I would encourage all of us actually to see if we can find one to shoot somewhere. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ryan. So what I was thinking, Al, is rather than doing it on a permit basis, just authorizing them for use on deer and caribou, and getting it open, getting some out in the field so that people become comfortable, so that we come back, we can look at other species or something like that. I don't know if the board's interested in doing that, or if the department would be interested in doing that. Go ahead, Eddie.
I just conferred with Doug. We would be interested in that solution, Jerry, or Mr. Chairman. Well, I think you need to name a caliber for each species, though.
Yeah, I think based on the Arizona one, I would say a 35 caliber or larger, and PCP, including arrow shooting air guns capable of producing 250 feet per second with broadheads 7/8 or greater, as in the Arizona, as in the RC, for both deer and caribou.
Mr. Chairman.
Captain DeGraff.
Sorry for interrupting there. Just wanted to give a quick update from the troopers on this. We're neutral on this, and I think just as you had just suggested, our only issue would be naming what is appropriate for caliber size. This thing is very broad, so we just think whether it's by species or caliber of the gun, adding that on there would be of great benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Orville.
Yeah, I think it's good to have it for both reindeer and caribou, because then you'll get an idea if we have maybe a couple of winter hunts to see how they hold up in cold. And then down southeast, it's going to work. It's warmer. And then the other thing I was going to say is maybe we could come back to this and clean it up a little bit.
Okay. So would you like to table this for a while and come back to it at a time certain? Okay. Perhaps that might be a good solution. We can come back to this first thing tomorrow morning, if someone would make that motion. You would.
Make the motion.
Okay.
Second.
So the motion has been made to table and bring it up first thing tomorrow morning. So if there's no objection, it'll be placed on the table. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 128, prohibit the use of mechanical powered body suits or devices.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 128 is a public proposal to prohibit the use of mechanical or powered body suits or devices. The department recommendation is neutral. And I just want to apologize right off the get-go. I should have included pictures, and I know it, but Google it and you'll be fine. So mechanical or powered bodysuits are available in both full body and partial body configurations, meaning that you actually find them where you literally strap on an apparatus to your entire body. You can also find them where you just strap them on at the waist and the legs for lower extremities. I happened to attend a gun show in the lower 48 a few weeks ago, and a gentleman had a powered arm assist as well. So you can get them in a couple different ways. Some are currently available to the public. You can literally order them online, and I'm not sure if you can drop into a store, but you can get them online for sure. Others are for dedicated medical use by prescription only. The costs vary widely, and that's probably the most significant factor. And anywhere from like a full mechanical suit, and I imagine price sort of indicates quality and things like that. Goes from anywhere from like $70,000 to $120,000. At times, these are only available, again, by prescription. And the two main uses for these are medical uses for folks who have impaired movement, and then for industrial uses for heavy lifting, things like that. We see this as strictly a methods and means issue. We have not to date received any requests for this, or I've never even had the question. I'm not aware of folks wanting to use them. If adopted, the department does have the ability to issue an exemption from the regulation to allow the use for those with limited mobility under a methods and means exemption. I do think that the board should be cognizant that it's going to provide an advantage. Instead of having to haul yourself under your own power up to the top of a mountain to sheep hunt or to get an alpine deer in the summer, you could have a set of legs do that for you. So these will provide some advantage. Again, it's a public proposal, 128, and the department is neutral. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion from board members. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did do a little bit of research on this, and it's amazing how the public comes up with these and wants these restrictions right out of the gate. I mean, some of them suits, I don't see the functionality in Alaska to be used in some of those suits for sure. There was some lower extremity ones that might have been a little better, but and generally, I'm not afraid of technology. I'm not afraid of reaching out there and trying something new. That's how we ended up with a rifled scope. A rifle on a scope. And but right now, I'm not going to support this. I think it's premature to even allow people to start experimenting with them.
Additional comments? It might be a way to avoid proxy hunting by allowing people to use these, but go ahead, Orville, and then the commissioner.
So is this hunting gear or what is it?
Well, I don't know if it would be hunting gear if you used it for hunting. So you wouldn't be able to transport it, in the controlled use area, obviously, but go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I'm generally not supportive of an able-bodied person using mechanical gear, but we have, for instance, disabled vets at some point in time, and this gear gets to allow them to go hunting. I think we ought to be carefully looking at those options as we move forward. I think it's probably premature at this time, but there are probably some instances where having somebody that's disabled have the opportunity to be mechanically enabled to go out and go hunting would be a good thing. So I'm not necessarily opposed to the concept. I think it might just be a bit premature in certain instances.
Yeah, if I could, Commissioner, under the ADA, you would be probably approving these on a case-by-case basis right now if somebody was in that position and they had the right gear, because you would feel that was the right thing to do. And failing this, or passing this proposal would not prevent you from doing that, correct? Because it says it would prohibit the use of mechanically powered suit or device, but do we need to, if we want to prohibit mechanically powered suits or device, do we need to specify except for under, for disabled people? Go ahead, Ryan, first.
I guess I just wanted to point out that currently it's legal.
Right, that's what I mean. I know
Yeah.
it's legal, but it's also, we don't want to prohibit it in the case where it's necessary for someone, but we also don't want to allow, I think the board may not want to allow it for people generally. So that's the question. We want to make sure that we don't prohibit it in such a way that you can't allow it under the ADA.
Mr. Chairman, it's been my experience that we would find a way to allow it under the ADA and issue a methods and means exemption if requested.
Okay, go ahead, James.
Yeah, I think the author addresses that in the underline, in the bold statement, and so we probably would just need to clean up the author's underlined words there, instead of it saying, or suit is being worn to restore function of a limb that otherwise would not function as the case of a paraplegic. So I think we would just have to go in line with whatever the state already has for that. But I mean, I think that was the intent of the author, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I love somebody in the board to kind of explain to me how this is different than I know it's, excuse me, different, but a Super Cub or a Rokon motorcycle or a four-wheeler, I'm having a hard time why we should prohibit the use of it right now.
Board discussion, Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, with that, using that rationale, I have a tendency to agree. I mean, we use all kinds of methods to achieve elevation, horses, four-wheelers, whatever. If someone has the money to afford this, I definitely wouldn't want to make a decision to prohibit the use of them and, not have a disabled person be able to use it, but it's not a problem, it's not even an issue, it's not even, as far as we know, it's not even being utilized, so why do we necessarily want to ban it right out of the gate?
Additional discussion on the proposal? Al?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's why I like to listen to and hear other board members discuss things and bring up valid points and points of merit. Yeah, as oddly as those things look, sometimes that plays in the decision, but I think other board members had brought up very good points, and at this time, we shouldn't prohibit it. I think I'll support that.
Okay, so just a point of clarification, would these be able to be used in a controlled use area? Can they be used in a controlled use area now where you can't use an ATV or you can't use this or that?
Mr. Chair, no, they're not. Currently, they are, as written, mechanical or powered suits cannot be used in controlled use areas that prohibit the use of mechanical or motorized equipment.
Okay, thank you, because that would make a difference. But with that, any additional discussion? Not, do you want to call the question?
Call the question.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, you want to call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 128. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 129, require the use of expanding soft point bullets for big game hunting, excluding wolf and wolverine.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Who's going to take this one? Okay, go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 129 was submitted by a member of the public, and it would require the use of expanding or soft point bullets for big game hunting, excluding wolf and wolverine, and the department is neutral on the proposal. There are 3 basic types of bullet construction: frangible, non-expanding, and expanding, and each of these bullets has a specific purpose. Frangible bullets break up into very small pieces upon impact with the target or the background, and are typically used to hunt animals weighing less than 30 pounds, varmint rounds. Non-expanding bullets or full metal jackets typically retain their general shape as the bullet penetrates and passes through the target. Since the wound channel is typically much narrower than that of an expanding bullet, the damage caused by a non-expanding bullet is usually much less. Non-expanding bullets are discouraged or illegal for big game hunting in most of North America. Expanding or controlled expansion bullets are designed to deform or mushroom as the bullet penetrates and passes through the target. Expanding bullets are normally used to hunt big game animals by creating significant tissue damage as the bullet passes through the animal so that the animal dies as quickly as possible. And the term soft point refers to the lead exposed at the tip of the bullet, which helps to initiate bullet expansion upon impact with the target. So again, this is a public proposal that would require the use of expanding bullets for big game hunting, excluding wolf and wolverine, and the department is neutral on the proposal.
Okay, board members. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I'm not going to support this. I think there's a lot of variables in taking game. There's a lot of variables of why we have wounding loss with bullets. The availability of bullets right now is even for controlled or expanding bullets are tough to find all the time. I can't find some of my favorite ones in grain size all the time neither, and they're very expensive. So I don't want to hinder anybody or cost any more money to anybody that might be using full metal jacket bullets, and I think they've worked. I think it's all about shot placement. There's a large part of it, and I don't want to see anybody get a ticket if they have some in their pocket or in a different magazine because they may have a chance to take something other than a big game animal with full metal jackets. So those are the reasons I can't support this right now.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a fair amount of opposition, public comments. Majority of the public comments were opposed to this. Personally, it was some of the testimony that passing this proposal would also, a lot of the handgun loads now are more solid type bullets they use for bear protection and stuff, and guys are actually hunting bears with them. If we pass this, it'd actually make those illegal takes. So, because of the type of ammo that they're using. So anyways, I'm not going to support this proposal either.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to support it as well for the main reason that Member Brett mentioned about the availability right now is really tough for a lot of people, and I just don't think that's in the best interest.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposal has a lot of merit, and I agree with what he's trying to accomplish, but for me personally, there's too many other variables involved in this, and a large part of the public displayed that during this meeting. And personally, I'd rather go for education and shot placement, so I won't be supporting this proposal at this time.
Thank you. I'm on the same page as Stosh is on this. You know, in most other states, expanding bullets are required for big game, and full metal jackets are often prohibited. I mean, Wyoming, which is where the maker of this proposal came from, does not allow full metal jackets to be used on big game, and hasn't for a long time, probably 40 years or more, and many other states. But this is not the time to make this change, and And we know that many of our hunters are also hunting fur bears at the same time, and you wouldn't want someone to be cited for having the wrong bullet in their gun or whatever. So I'm not going to support this either, but go ahead and call the question. If
Call the question.
question's been called.
The comments given to the board indicate that there might be an increase to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 129. Mr. Britt,
No.
Mr. Keough,
No.
Mr. Huntington,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Okay, at this time, I think we're going to break for the day and come back 8:30 tomorrow morning, and our first proposal will be the air gun proposal that we'll take up that was put on the table. And see you all in. Bye.
I'd like to know if they'll, and it doesn't matter,
We're gonna shoot a 50 caliber on paintball.
but I'm wondering about airplane